Chapter 1326. Return to Infinity. However, this guy actually appeared at this time and directly blocked his power. This made the Shadow God extremely angry, but he also did not understand. However, Fang Yueshan did not care about the Shadow God's anger at all. None of this had anything to do with him. His voice was still so calm as he said to Su Yan, "You go back first, and then I'll come back." This was his answer to Su Yan. He would come back, he would definitely come back. Under the operation of his power, the energy in the Shadow's sacred land began to change, and a powerful and terrifying aura began to circulate at this time. The rich power had reached an unimaginable level at this time. The powerful and violent power had reached its peak at this time. A huge vortex appeared, and in the center of this vortex was the most terrifying hole, which was an extremely terrifying spatial power. When Su Yan saw this hole, he immediately came to a realization. At the end of this spatial hole, he saw the familiar light and shadow. This was the end of the Shadow World, and also his hometown, the Infinity World. Don't even think about leaving. At this time, the Shadow God directly erupted with power, and this power turned into a huge palm at this time, directly grabbing at Su Yan. Of course, he would not let Su Yan leave just like that. At this time, Su Yan was an extremely important bargaining chip for him. At this time, Su Yan directly turned around. His physical body had been completely cast, and at this moment he had broken through a new boundary. At this time, his realm was no longer the Emperor realm, but the Saint realm. As soon as his palm appeared, the power of law could only surge up at this time, and a terrifying flame directly appeared at this time. In an instant, the color of the flame had filled the whole world. At this time, his power was too violent, and that violent power had almost filled up everything. Fire of the Shura, endless flame, burn for me. At this time, Su Yan was extremely powerful. Although he wasn't a true flame dominator, the flames he released at this time were already extremely terrifying and powerful. They could thoroughly incinerate everything. It was also at this moment that a figure appeared. The flame blocked the power of the Shadow God, but at the same time, it seemed to sense a somewhat familiar aura. That aura came from the infinite world. Fang Yueshan, I'll wait for you in the boundless world. At that moment, Su Yan sent a voice transmission to Fang Yueshan. A smile appeared on Fang Yueshan's face as he watched Su Yan leave. Go, return to your battlefield. As for me, this is my battlefield. Don't worry, my friend, I won't die so easily. Fang Yueshan's figure faded away. What appeared just now was a projection of his power, not his real body. At this moment, he had already broken through the Shadow Emperor rank and reached a whole new level. Just now, the Shadow God's talisman directly cut him off from the power of the world. At this time, he should have fallen into complete despair. No matter what, he shouldn't have broken free of his power. But at this time, Fang Yueshan not only broke free, he even projected his power here, directly changing the situation of the battle. For him, this was simply unimaginable. Are you still wondering how I got here? At this time, Fang Yueshan directly asked. His power projection had been shattered, and his consciousness seemed to have returned. But his voice still sounded here. At this time, it was as if Fang Yueshan was the omnipotent god. This kind of feeling made him very unhappy. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth began to undergo a huge change. Damn it! The Shadow God roared. In an instant, it seemed that the whole world shook. At this time, without Su Yan's existence, the Shadow God directly projected his consciousness. At this time, he saw an extremely inconceivable scene. Hundreds of the Shadow King, including 10 Shadow Emperors, were all sitting quietly. They were praying, but they weren't praying to him, but to Fang Yueshan. At this time, the Shadow God felt that the world had gone crazy. No matter what, he couldn't understand why such a thing would happen. He was the great god, the ruler of all of them. And these guys were originally ordered to kill Fang Yueshan, but why did everything turn around at this time? Damn it, since you chose to betray me, then I'll bury all of you. At this time, he directly displayed his power. At this moment, his power completely erupted. At this moment, he wanted to kill all of these people. Even if they were the most powerful forces in the shadow world, since they had betrayed him, there was no meaning in their existence. Angry out of humiliation, so you want to destroy everything? Hee, you're just a destroyer in the end, but you won't succeed. At this time, Fang Yueshan's power became denser and denser. His power was surging at this time, and his aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, he was like the ruler of the entire world. His power was so powerful that it was like the might of the heavens. At this time, the entire heavens will gather towards Fang Yueshan again. At this time, Fang Yueshan directly said, "This world has been under your control for too long, and now it's time to set things right." At this moment his will directly rose, and a powerful force filled the peak of the sky. Just as Fang Yueshan said, his war had truly begun. At this time, the Shadow Emperors and the Shadow King could no longer interfere. This was a battle between gods. Whichever side emerged victorious would be the ruler of the world. The most important war in the Shadow World had finally arrived, and the door between the Shadow World and the Infinite World was finally completely closed. The door of the space opened at this time. This was the vast and boundless void. Countless stars were twinkling. At this time, Su Yen confirmed that he had finally returned to this place. He had returned to his original infinite world. The moment he entered this world, he could feel the joy of his soul. Countless power directly gathered towards him, and a powerful aura directly surrounded Su Yan's body. Su Yan's realm had already reached the Saint Venerable level. At this time, he had returned from the shadow world, so the powerful energy naturally came towards him. At this time, Su Yan was like a fish back in water. He enjoyed the violent energy and felt the aura at this time. Such a violent and terrifying aura made him feel very gratified. At this time, this power directly returned, which made him extremely happy. Gradually, countless rock layers piled up on his body. At this time, he had already become a meteorite. Time passed, and at this moment, the meteorite was quietly floating. At this time, Su Yan had already entered a very wonderful state. At this time, his power was constantly gathering and then beginning to be nurtured. At this time, he had already become a Saint Venerable. However, because he had become a Saint Venerable in the Shadow World, when he had just entered the Infinite World, the sudden powerful power of law caused him to sink into a deep state. Not far from Su Yan, there was also a huge black hole. In that black hole, there was an extremely powerful power constantly surging. The power of the black hole was extremely terrifying. It was activated by a terrifying demon rank, and the person imprisoned in the black hole was the Heartless Fairy. The Heartless Fairy was still beautiful, but at this time, there was a look of exhaustion on her face. Even someone as powerful as her had begun to show signs of weakness after being suppressed by the power of this powerful demon rank monster. Still not willing to give up? But it doesn't matter. I have already seen the limits of your power. When your power completely dissipates, you will be mine. Ha, Saint Venerable of the infinite world. As long as I can devour you, I will be able to analyze even more power of law. Really, I am looking forward to it. The demon rank monster's voice appeared again. After a period of time, the demon rank monster's voice would appear again and disturb the Heartless Fairy. This was a kind of mental suppression. He wanted to directly refine the Heartless Fairy and use her to analyze the power of law of the infinite world. This existence was the most terrifying existence in the demon rank. Even in the powerful demon rank, such a terrifying demon rank monster had never been seen before. That berserk aura was even more terrifying and unprecedented. This was a monster. His appearance had completely changed the entire demon rank monster. At this time, the entire demon rank monster was under his power. He was even able to create a terrifying existence like the great demon god of dark judgment. He had become the true ruler of the demon rank monster, completely devouring the heavens' will of their world. Compared to the shadow god, he was clearly much stronger and had taken a much further path. On this day, his power appeared again. The Heartless Fairy's power grew weaker and weaker. If this continued, this Saint Venerable would not be able to hold on. However, at this moment, the huge black hole that trapped the Heartless Fairy began to shake violently. A powerful and terrifying power began to attack the black hole. What's going on? At this time, the powerful demon rank monster was surprised. At this time, the heartless fairy opened her eyes. Chapter 1327. Unexpected Rescue Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The person Heartless Fairy was waiting for was the Island Master of Divine Demon Island. Only the powerful Island Master had the power to rescue her. Unfortunately, she had waited for an extremely long time, but the Island Master had yet to appear. He didn't even make a move. Just as the terrifying demon had said, since he had already made arrangements and launched this attack, he naturally would not let anyone ruin it. Even the Island Master of the Divine Devil Island would not be able to calculate what would happen here at this time. Who is it? At this moment, an unforeseen event happened. Both of them looked over at the same time. They finally found the culprit behind this huge collision. It was a meteorite. If it was an ordinary meteorite, it would have been destroyed by the terrifying power before it could even get close. However, this meteorite didn't just get close, it was even attacking the black hole. Thus, it was obvious that there was an extremely powerful existence inside. I don't care what you are. Since you're here to cause trouble, you can die. The terrifying monster released its power directly at this time. It would not forgive anyone who tried to destroy it. Therefore, its terrifying aura directly burst out at this time. An extremely terrifying force appeared at this moment and directly rushed towards Yunxing Wang. The loud sound was so terrifying. The meteorite began to explode, and a terrifying destructive power appeared at this time, and then annihilated in all directions. This power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The appearance of such an aura was simply capable of annihilating everything. This power was so strong that it was terrifying. At this moment, the mysterious and dark aura had reached its peak. When the meteorite was destroyed, a divine light appeared. Exterminate, Grand Elder. A soft voice reverberated in the void. Then, an extremely domineering sword aura appeared. In the void, a sword shadow appeared. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. The most terrifying power condensed in the void. It's him! Heartless Fairy immediately recognized Su Yen. After all, Su Yen had barged into Heartless Island to take away the disciple she was most proud of. Although she did not appear at that time, she saw everything with her own eyes. Back then, Su Yen was just a weakling who hadn't even reached the supremacy realm. He was like an ant in her eyes. But today, this Su Yen had actually reached such a terrifying stage. The power of his sword aura had revealed his strength. Sacred Venerate. This kid has reached the Sacred Venerate level in such a short time. It's unimaginable. She was also a Sacred Venerate and was almost invincible in the endless world. How long did it take her to cultivate to this level? However, Su Yen, the moment he appeared in front of Sacred Venerate, Venerate Editor, Venerate it was Sacred Venerate Translation Editor, Venerate Sacred Venerate Master was Sacred Venerate. Su Yan's attack directly pierced into the tentacles of the terrifying demonic creature. The terrifying demonic power began to explode. That boundless and terrifying aura was so dense at this moment that it seemed as though everything was about to be annihilated by this power. Damn it, where did this brat come from? Being suddenly slashed by Su Yen like this, even he felt a huge impact at this moment. However, how could he be willing to accept this at a time like this? Therefore, at this time, he directly gathered his power. The most direct and terrifying power appeared and headed straight for Su Yen. Be careful, that's the ruler of the demonic world. At this time, Heartless Fairy directly channeled her power and transmitted her thoughts. She could see that Su Yen seemed to have entered a mysterious state. It seemed like he had just awakened from cultivation. That sword was powerful, but it was probably just a fleeting moment. If he was attacked by such a terrifying power at this time, it would be a huge disaster for him. She was trapped in this place by this terrifying thing. Therefore, she did not doubt the power of this terrifying existence. However, the voice she transmitted through her power could not be transmitted out at this time. This caused her to panic in her heart. She was naturally aware of her current situation. At this time, she could not hold on for much longer. If no one came to save her, she would really be refined by this terrifying existence. And at this time, Su Yan was where her hope lay. She did not know how Su Yan could become a sacred venerate, but she knew that if this sacred venerate in front of her died, she would not have a trace of hope. At this time, a dark cloud appeared in the sky. Such an aura had reached an unimaginable level. That kind of power surged at this time like thunder, directly exploding. Just as that power was about to hit Su Yan, a golden light suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body. Even in the deep black hole, his power was so dazzling and eye-catching. The terrifying aura completely exploded at this time, and the endless power almost instantly dispersed everything. What is that? No, that's not right. That's a devil. But how can it be so fast and terrifying? Under the threat of this powerful power, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. However, he never would have thought that this power would be so terrifying. Such a direct impact of such an aura seemed to want to destroy the entire world. This kind of power was really violent to the extreme. At this time, he already knew that his situation was critical, so he did not think too much and directly summoned the power of the small world. Then, the most terrifying power appeared and dispersed that power. At this moment, he finally awoke from the mysterious state of enlightenment. Fortunately, this enlightenment has directly increased my strength by a large margin. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time, I'm really going to die here. The power just now made his heart palpitate. Fortunately, his strength had reached a whole new level, and he could directly use the power of the small world. Otherwise, he was afraid that this time, he would be buried here. He quickly turned his attention to this terrifying monster. The terrifying aura of this monster shocked him. He really could not imagine that there was such a terrifying existence in this world. This kind of power was really too strong. At this time, he could not imagine what kind of existence it was. One must know that he was no longer the same as before. Now, he had become a holy venerate, and his strength was definitely not the same as before. However, this aura still made him despair. No, this aura is very familiar. At this time, Su Yan suddenly felt an extremely familiar aura. This aura was the Heartless aura. Chu Linger cultivated the Heartless Dao, and then completely stepped into the Celestial Dao. Therefore, Su Yan would definitely not forget this aura. I understand. When I was in seclusion, my body instinctively felt this aura, so I came here. At this time, Su Yan immediately understood the crux of the matter. Su Yan, be careful. This is the sovereign's avatar of the demon world. Its strength is terrifying. At this time, the Heartless Fairy finally transmitted her thoughts. Taiji, extermination, universal extermination. After receiving this news, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly channeled all of his strength, and the Taiji Divine Sword appeared at this time. The moment the Divine Sword appeared, even the void began to tremble. At this time, the terrifying power was simply lawless. Boundless power directly spread out at this time. The terrifying power was simply unparalleled at this time. The boundless power directly appeared at this time. After such a power appeared, the most terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The power between heaven and earth began to surge at this time. The most terrifying and frightening aura had truly reached its limit at this time. At this time, all of the power in the entire world began to surge at this time. At this time, the boundless power was simply unimaginable. The condensed power completely surged at this time. The power of this power had already surpassed Su Yan's strongest attack in the past. However, Su Yan's attack was not used to kill the terrifying existence because he knew very well that it would not be used to kill the terrifying existence. Even with his current strength, it was impossible for him to cause any harm to that guy. That guy's strength was simply too terrifying. He had already reached a level that was unimaginable to him. Such an aura was truly incomparably terrifying. Such power was simply unimaginable at this time. At this time, the boundless aura surged at this time. Then, the aura directly moved towards the Heartless Fairy. At this time, the Heartless Fairy immediately understood Su Yan's intention. Good kid, you're smart. With this attack, Su Yan wanted to break the Heartless Fairy's prison. At this time, Su Yan alone was definitely not a match for this terrifying sovereign of the demon world. However, at this time, if the Heartless Fairy also escaped, then the two of them together would have a glimmer of hope. Chapter 1328. To get out of trouble, the Heartless Fairy's power and Su Yan's terrifying sword chi reached each other at almost the same time. Then, the terrifying power was completely incinerated. Under such an attack, the most violent power finally began to dissipate. In the end, the sealing power finally began to dissipate. Senior, I've broken free. At this time, Su Yan directly transmitted to the Heartless Fairy. Su Yan actually hated the Heartless Fairy a little. He hated this woman for taking Chu Linger away, causing him to fall into endless longing. But later on, this hatred finally began to dissipate after he saw Chu Linger. This was because he knew very well that sometimes, leaving was also a kind of power. His heart ached when he was separated from Chu Linger. But he couldn't just watch Chu Linger die. If it had not been for the Heartless Fairy, Chu Linger would have died. If that was the case, it would be true pain for him. Su Yan had reached the level of a holy venerate. In other words, he had comprehended the will of the heavens. The higher his level, the more he could understand some of the principles in the unseen world. Many things, in the end, were just helplessness. If he was strong enough, then he could naturally avoid that helplessness. Unfortunately, even though he had become a sacred venerate, it was still impossible for him to move unhindered. All right. The Heartless Fairy's voice rang out. The moment the prison was broken, she broke free from it. Leave this place. At this moment, the two's power reached the most terrifying peak. Their auras flickered continuously. Under the impact of this power, the demon's clones' shackles that restrained their power were finally completely broken. Where do you think you're going? At this time, the demon's clone was still unwilling to let them go. He was extremely angry. He was about to force the Heartless Fairy into a corner and then completely refine her, but he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to occur. The sudden appearance of a holy venerate directly ruined his plan. At this moment, his power surged, and two figures appeared. Su Yan looked at the pitch-black existence that suddenly appeared in front of him and was shocked. What kind of power is this? He simply could not imagine that this terrifying existence had actually created two demons out of thin air. Moreover, this was definitely not an ordinary demon. That's the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God. He possesses the most terrifying battle prowess. Let's leave quickly. This fellow is a monster. If he can create such a terrifying devil, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to leave here. Fairy Heartless had already fought this great fiend before. She was well aware of how terrifying this great fiend was. Godslayer's sword, slay demons. At this moment, Su Yan directly used the Taiji sword to condense an extremely terrifying sword. Sword chi flew out. Such a sword was simply unimaginable. The terrifying sword chi slashed down and killed the terrifying great demon in an instant. Such a sword strike was clean and efficient. Even Fairy Heartless was incomparably shocked. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Senior, there's no need to be shocked. It's not that I'm too powerful. It's just that the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God that this fellow created is not in its complete form. That's why I was able to kill it. However, let's leave quickly. I can feel that this fellow's power is condensing." At this moment, Su Yan could not care less. He could feel that Fairy Heartless was extremely weak at this moment, so he reached out and pulled her into his embrace. Regal Sword Teleportation. In an instant, he activated the Regal Sword Teleportation. The Regal Sword Teleportation was the most terrifying teleportation technique that Su Yan had mastered. His strength was simply unimaginable. Back then, he could already use the Regal Sword Teleportation to travel through space. Now, he was already a holy venerate. Using the Regal Sword Teleportation at this level was like teleportation. No, even Su Yan himself could not describe his current speed. In just an instant, he had disappeared from where he was. Don't even think about leaving. Even now, the terrifying existence still did not want Su Yan and the Heartless Fairy to leave just like that. Once they left, his plan would be completely ruined. However, Su Yan's regal sword teleportation was simply too fast. Even if he suddenly made a move at this time, he could only touch an afterimage. That was really dangerous. Su Yan heaved a heavy sigh. The terrifying power from earlier was simply unimaginable. However, the palm was still unwilling to give up at this moment. It actually chased after the two of them. Damn it, it's still haunting us. He did not think that this fellow would be so persistent. However, at this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "There's no need to worry anymore." In fact, although Fairy Heartless' voice was cold, it was very pleasant to hear. Su Yan did not understand. At this moment, Fairy Heartless said, "The sealing power has been broken. That fellow must have sensed his aura." Just as Su Yan was about to ask who she was referring to, another brilliance appeared in the void. The moment that brilliance appeared, everything seemed to fall silent. That power was simply too terrifying. Even Su Yan, who was already a holy venerate, did not have any confidence in dealing with that power. That power moved slowly, and in the end, it directly reached the huge dark power. "You're indeed powerful. However, since I've already sensed your aura, don't even think about escaping." Su Yan was very familiar with that voice. It was the voice of the powerful divine Demon Island Master. At this moment, the powerful divine Demon Island Master finally appeared. That ray of light turned into the celestial demon diagram at this moment, and then directly swept towards that terrifying and frightening aura. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze focused on the divine demon diagram. "Taiji," Su Yan muttered to himself. That divine demon diagram was very similar to his Taiji power. He never thought that the powerful island master of Divine Devil Island would actually be able to condense such a power. That terrifying demon roared, "Do you think you can trap me? You're dreaming." At this moment, he directly released his power and immediately fled into the distance. The power of the divine demon diagram chased after him relentlessly, wanting to erase him. However, that power was getting further and further away. As expected, that fellow will still make a move. Fairy Heartless felt a little complicated. Back then, she had actually been used as bait by this heartless divine demon island master. However, that terrifying existence was one step ahead of her. He had actually set up a trap within a trap, and she had almost been directly refined. This time, if not for Su Yan's unexpected appearance, she would have really died. Thinking of Su Yan, she finally remembered that Su Yan was still hugging her waist. With a slight movement, she had already escaped from Su Yan's embrace. Of course, at their level, they naturally did not care about such trivial matters. She said to Su Yan, "This time, I really have to thank you." When they first met back then, the gap between the two of them was so huge. However, at this moment, the two of them had become equal existences. They were both Saint Sovereigns. Moreover, Su Yan's battle strength was faintly discernible. It seemed to have reached an extremely terrifying level. Even she did not have the slightest confidence that she could defeat Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan gently smiled and said, "Senior, there's no need to say so much. This is what I should do." At this moment, the two of them felt a little awkward. They did not know how to deal with the current situation. But at this moment, a diagram of gods and demons fell directly on top of their heads. "Fellow cultivators, please come to the Divine Demon Island for a chat." It was only a simple sentence. Afterward, a divine light descended. This divine light directly enveloped the two of them. Su Yan and Fairy Heartless didn't even have time to react before they were swept away by the diagram of gods and demons. Of course, Su Yan knew that this powerful island master would not harm them. However, he still felt helpless at this moment. This existence was simply too terrifying. His strength was simply unimaginable. Even though he had reached the level of a Saint Sovereign, he was still not a match for him. In the blink of an eye, the Divine Demon diagram disappeared and the two of them were already on the Divine Demon Island. The memories of when they first came to the Divine Demon Island were like a dream. At that time, they were under the lead of the island master to hunt evil demons. However, at this moment, it was like child's play. "Long time no see, Su Yan." Su Yan did not see the island master of the Divine Demon Island. Instead, a woman appeared in front of him. She was Xiao Qian, the woman who had said that she had taken a fancy to Su Yan. As expected of the man I have taken a fancy to. You did not disappoint me. Very good. She smiled gently. She seemed very happy. Su Yan could only smile. Back then, he could not see through Xiao Qian's cultivation level at all. The difference between the two of them was simply too great. However, at this moment, he had reached the level of a saint sovereign. He could roughly tell her cultivation level. She was probably at the level of a sovereign. Her strength was extremely terrifying. She was only a maid, yet she had such terrifying strength. This was truly unbelievable. Miss Xiao Qian, long time no see. Su Yan also returned the greeting. At this moment, Xiao Qian said, "What? You don't seem to want to see me." Her voice was somewhat sorrowful. This made Su Yan brazen. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Not at all. I'm just a little surprised." Chapter 1329. Seeing the island master again from start to finish, she didn't pay any attention to Fairy Heartless at all. Fairy Heartless didn't care about her rudeness, as if she was already used to it. This time, he saw something different from the past. As his strength increased, so did his vision. He could see more things that he didn't know before. At this point, Su Yan finally understood how strong the island master was. He was above the sage venerables. Su Yan had fought with the shadow god in the shadow world. He had also seen the dragon god. Although he didn't know the full strength of these people at this point, he could already see the general situation and begin to make a rough plan. However, it seemed that even they couldn't compare to the island master of Godly Devil Island. Of course, that terrifying super demon seemed to be able to fight with the island master of Godly Devil Island. What are you thinking about? Xiao Qian saw Su Yan's thoughts and asked directly. Regardless of whether her words were a joke, she was really good to Su Yan. Su Yan said, "I'm thinking about how strong the island master is." Su Yan said honestly. Xiao Qian smiled as if she was proud. After all, that extremely strong person was her master. How could she not be proud? However, it was Fairy Heartless who spoke. "Have you heard of the 5 great sovereigns of the 5 counties continent?" Su Yan was startled. He didn't understand why Fairy Heartless would suddenly bring this up. However, he understood in the next moment. "Senior, you're saying that the island master is one of the 5 great sovereigns?" Legend had it that the 5 great sovereigns were extremely powerful existences. Even gods weren't their opponents. Such existences were practically legends. Su Yan didn't even dare to think about it. However, he finally understood now. Only existences like the 5 great sovereigns could be so powerful and terrifying. "This is the demon monarch," said the demon monarch. Fairy Heartless said directly. She had no intention of hiding anything. Then she added, "Cultivation is not based on seniority. Now that we are at the same level, let's call each other fellow cultivators." Su Yan was not used to it at first. After all, the other party was Chu Linger's master. But in the next moment he said, "That's fine too." At this time, the Heartless Fairy said, "I know that you are worried about Linger, but I didn't force her. I just let her choose her own path. I'm afraid that she has already chosen the path of Heaven's heart. Between you and her." Su Yan sighed and said, "Senior, I already know." When he first returned to the 9 regions, he had already sensed it. At that time, he felt that he was about to lose the person he loved the most. This was because at that time, Su Yan already had a certain level of perception towards fate. At that time, he could have gone to Heartless Island to see Chu Linger. However, he didn't do so because he understood that even if he saw Chu Linger, he wouldn't be able to do anything. This was Chu Linger's own decision. Since she wanted to walk the path of Heaven's heart, then he could only give her his blessing. This was his love for her and also their own love. This time, he had reached the heavenly sovereign realm and was even closer to Heaven's will. His perception of fate became even clearer. He was once the child of destiny. When he was in the shadow world, he had reversed reality and illusion, allowing his body to be reforged, which was equivalent to bringing himself back from the dead. In a sense, he had already broken free from the shackles of destiny. However, after returning to this world, he finally understood one thing. Fate was something that could never be fought. It didn't mean that once you broke free from someone's control, you were no longer related to fate. As long as your heart was still there, no matter how much you struggled, you couldn't break free from fate. At this time, Su Yan was even more shocked about the Demon King. The 5 great sovereigns actually existed. Originally, he thought that it was just a legend. After all, an existence stronger than the gods was simply inconceivable. Although the Heavenly Saint sect was said to be the inheritance of the sage, Su Yan didn't think that the Heavenly Saint sect was that strong. However, at this time, Heartless Fairy told him that the master of Divine Devil Island was the Demon King. Moreover, Xiao Qian didn't say anything at this time. Clearly she had acquiesced. The Demon King, the master of Divine Devil Island, was actually the Demon King. Even at this time, Su Yan still couldn't understand the meaning of the 5 great sovereigns. In that case, the sage's words were true. After a long time, they finally arrived at the resting place of the Island Master of Divine Devil Island. The Island Master of the Divine Devil Island was still lying there quietly as usual. However, there was a ray of divine light that constantly revolved around him. Seeing the Island Master, Heartless Fairy felt extremely indignant. After all, she had been schemed against by this heartless man. However, she also understood that although she cultivated the absolute green Dao technique, this man was definitely more heartless than her. His scheme was extremely huge. He was doing it for the sake of the common people. She and he were actually from 2 completely different worlds. No one was born heartless. After so many years, there were some things that needed to be let go. I'm sorry. At this time, the Island Master of Divine Devil Island, who was also the mysterious Demon King, actually opened his mouth. Heartless Fairy found it hard to believe. After so many years, had he ever said a word of apology? At this time, the Demon King opened his mouth again. I'm going to die. These 4 short words shocked both Su Yan and Heartless Fairy. At this time, Heartless Fairy said, "Haven't you always?" She wanted to say that the Demon King was currently in a state of death. What did he mean by saying such words now? However, the Demon King had already interrupted her. You should understand. I'm saying that I'm going to sink into eternal oblivion, never to wake up again. His voice was so calm. However, both Su Yan and Heartless Fairy's hearts were in a perilous situation. Su Yan was fine. After all, he didn't know this powerful Demon King. However, Heartless Fairy was incomparably shocked and heartbroken at the same time. She knew how powerful this guy was. He could be said to be omnipotent. The war back then was far more terrifying than anyone could imagine. It was this guy who single-handedly stopped the invasion of Heaven's will, giving the boundless world a chance to breathe. After that, the boundless world's experts rose up and turned defeat into victory. No one knew how long this Demon King had lived. They only knew that he was an extremely powerful and terrifying person. However, at this time, he said that he was going to die. Moreover, it was an eternal wither with no chance of waking up. But he finally asked this question. With his strength, why would he die? The Demon King's voice sounded. In this world, no one is immortal. Even the heavenly Tao can fall. You're already a heavenly sovereign. Could it be that you can't even see through life and death? He didn't care about his own death at all. He only felt that it was a very normal thing. At this time, Xiao Qian had already quietly left. Clearly, she couldn't accept this reality. They had been under this person's protection for too long. To her, the Demon King was simply her father. And now, their father was about to die. Face your own heart. Walk the path you want to walk. It's also the path you should walk. Don't continue like this. The Demon King's voice sounded. His words were calm, but there was a trace of tenderness in them. Heartless Fairy's heart was in turmoil. If it was before, she would definitely feel warmth in her heart after hearing such words. However, at this time, she couldn't feel any warmth. He was going to leave, an eternal departure. The invasion of the evil demons is finally about to begin. At this time, the Demon King changed the topic and began to talk about the current situation. In the boundless world, the evil demon world's invasion wormholes are constantly opening. Although the wormholes aren't big enough to allow the truly powerful evil demon gods to enter, if this continues, those terrifying existences will eventually appear. He paused for a moment before continuing. Su Yen, you just fought with that guy. Tell me, what do you think? The island master's words made Su Yen feel a little helpless. Then, he said, that guy is very strong, much stronger than I imagined. I know that it's only his clone, but even if it's his clone, I'm not his match. Su Yen was unperturbed. This was a cruel and terrifying fact. You're right. That's an extremely terrifying guy. He's a destroyer, an existence that can destroy everything. An extremely terrifying existence was born in the evil demon world that was filled with endless slaughter. Right now, the entire evil demon world is his body. His strength is extremely terrifying. Even if I were alive, I wouldn't be his opponent. When he said this, Su Yen was shocked. Although he hadn't seen the Demon King's strength at his peak, just from hearing about it, he already knew how terrifying and powerful this person was. But now, this person was saying that even if he were alive, he wouldn't be that terrifying existence's opponent. Then, just what level had this terrifying guy reached? How horrifying and terrifying was this? Could they really defeat such a terrifying opponent? At this time, the Demon King spoke again. Could there go back? Let me talk to Su Yen. Chapter 1330. The Mystery of the Five Lords Air was the name of the Heartless Fairy. It had been a long time since he called her that name. Even she had forgotten about it, and he had almost never called her that. But today, he had called her name twice in a row. This made the Heartless Fairy feel even more terrible. This was because she clearly knew that this tyrannical figure had finally reached the end of his road at this moment. The parting came so suddenly, and so heartbreaking. However, she didn't say anything. She only sighed and left. Just as the island master of Divine Devil Island had said, after experiencing so many things, life and death should be indifferent. Even if she felt helpless in her heart, she wouldn't say it now. Xiao Qian had already left with the Heartless Fairy. Only Su Yen and the powerful demon lord were left in this place. At this moment, the island master of Divine Devil Island slowly floated up. His gaze was exceptionally gentle. Clearly, he was still in a deep sleep, but Su Yen felt like he was looking at a living king. At this moment, strands of power emerged, and the extremely powerful power spread out. You're even more outstanding than I imagined. This is very good. There was a sense of gratification in his words. Thank you, senior. Su Yan's words came from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if it wasn't for this person's nurturing, it wouldn't have been easy for Su Yen to reach his current level. But at this moment, the parting was about to come. There's no need to say anything. Even though I gave you pointers back then, cultivation has always been your own matter. Battle is even more so. All right. The reason why I asked you to stay is to ask if you're interested in becoming the island master of Divine Devil Island. His words were as calm as the wind, as if he was talking about something trivial. However, Su Yen was shocked. This person actually wanted to become the island master of Divine Devil Island. I'm about to die. Of the five of us, I might be the last one alive. However, I have no regrets about this. After all, I've lived for so long in vain. At this moment, he spoke again, speaking of which, you must be very curious about the five of us. Su Yen didn't deny it. What was the background and identity of these five sovereign kings? Su Yen really wanted to know. At the beginning of the world's creation, the world was in chaos. There was no distinction between yin and yang. At this time, it could be said that the world had yet to be created. Within the primal chaos, there were terrifying primal chaos demons that ran amok and were extraordinarily terrifying. The five of us were born in that era. Just this sentence alone was enough to shock Su Yen. The Chaos Era. These five were creatures of the Chaos Era. Later on, Heaven's Will was gradually born, heaven and earth began to open up, and the primal chaos gradually disappeared. The terrifying Chaos Great Fiend began his final struggle. It was us who worked together to slay the Chaos Great Fiend. The heavens and earth felt our merit and sent down endless divine light, allowing us to enjoy the position of Heavenly Lord. In the end, heaven and earth rose and sank. all of the radiance began to rotate. Darkness and light began to separate. The five of them worked together to create a continent. That was the continent of the five sovereigns. Later on, it became the continent of the five counties. This continent was the most powerful thing that the five sovereigns had refined from the endless void. They had allowed this continent to exist in the newly born world and then started to develop life. At this moment, Su Yen understood that the first thing that appeared in this world was the continent of the five counties. The continent of the 9 prefectures was a natural evolution of heaven and earth. The continent of the 5 counties was created by the combined efforts of the 5 sovereign kings. As time passed, the 5 of them gradually had their own thoughts. The fiery king left and turned his body into a world, creating the blazing world. The Nether King also left and turned into the 9 Netherworld. The saint discovered the demonic world and entered it to fight. The demonic world was a world formed by the Chaos Great Fiend. The meaning of their existence was to destroy everything. As for the boundless world, it was born from the destruction of heaven and earth. Therefore, the 2 worlds were natural enemies. There was absolutely no possibility of compromise. As such, battles broke out. The terrifying battles continued to spread and affected countless planes. Then, the great world of Shura appeared. The terrifying god of Shura had the most powerful strength. His combat strength was extremely tyrannical. However, in the end, the Lord of Heaven refined a godly sword and killed him. At this point, the heaven's will of Shura had fallen. At this moment, Su Yen finally understood the origin of the Godslayer sword. The powerful Godslayer sword was refined by the legendary Lord of Heaven. However, the Godslayer sword had said that its master had fallen. In that case, the Lord of Heaven was dead. As such, it seemed that only the Saint Monarch and the Devil Monarch were still alive. The battle back then had reached the most difficult time. After the powerful saint entered the demonic world, he disappeared without a trace. The terrifying demon gods attacked continuously. The Demon King, who was the island master of Divine Devil Island, resisted with his supreme strength. That battle lasted for an unknown period of time. Gradually, the boundless world was favored by the heavens. Heroes were born one after another. The great Demon Heaven Master obtained the Demon King's inheritance and appeared directly. The dragon race was a race born from the heavens. The 3 dragon gods directly displayed their terrifying strength. The great demon dragon, Ancestor Buter, and the others, powerful Saint Venerables, appeared one after another. Each of these Saint Venerables defied common sense and were unbelievably powerful. Finally, with so many powerhouses joining forces, those foreign races were all expelled and the boundless world welcomed victory. However, in this world, the most unpredictable thing had always been the human heart. After winning the war, these people all had their own thoughts. The stronger they were, the more they knew. They were no longer satisfied with their current strength. Instead, they began to pursue eternal life. Because of their ambition, a new war broke out. Back then, the Saint Venerables almost killed each other. During that era, the shadow world invaded. Terrifying shadow creatures swept through and almost caused the boundless world to fall into eternal damnation. In the end, the shadow world fell short of success. Their world's will was not strong enough and was directly injured by the Demon King and Heaven's will. However, after that battle, the Demon King finally began to fall into a deep sleep. The sleeping Demon King calculated the heavenly secrets in his dream. He knew that even at that time, the boundless world would not be safe and sound. Those former invaders would definitely come again. This world would still have to face war in the end. Therefore, from that time onwards, he refined the Divine Demon Island. Every 100 years he would use the Divine Demon Map to select those with outstanding talent to nurture. No matter what their fate was in the future, it could allow them to embark on the path of powerhouses. Because the Demon King knew very well that he would eventually die. The only ones who could protect this world were the living beings of this world. In fact, strictly speaking, he was like a father who watched his children grow up. However, the father would eventually grow old. In the future, the children would still have to rely on themselves. But now, a powerful enemy had invaded again. Unfortunately, his life had come to an end. Therefore, at this time, he had to use the last of his life to do something. Su Yan had never thought that these 5 kings were almost equivalent to the history of the entire world. However, at this time, the demon monarch wanted to pass down the inheritance of the celestial devil island to him. Clearly, he wanted to give him such a heavy responsibility. This was an extremely heavy matter. Even the current Su Yan felt that there was a heavy burden on his shoulders. At this time, the demon king continued, "Of course, I don't mean to force you. Just as I said to her before, everything is decided by your own heart. Just walk your own path." Su Yan turned his head and said, "Senior, this junior is naturally willing. However, I'm afraid that this junior's ability is not enough and will fail to live up to senior's expectations." He had never been someone who would run away from his responsibilities. Since this senior had said such words, Su Yan would not choose to run away no matter what. Instead, he would accept this heavy responsibility. Hearing Su Yan's words, the divine demon island master laughed softly. After which, he said, "It's fine. We live in this world and we only seek to have a clear conscience. As long as we do our own things well, that's enough. As for other things, let's talk about them when they happen." Such an open-minded attitude was worthy of Su Yan to learn from. "Senior, does this junior need to do anything?" Su Yan asked. Such a powerful force naturally could not be inherited just like that. The Demon King said, "Actually, you don't need to do anything. Right now, return to the boundless world and do what you should do. Because you must know that inheriting the divine demon island might not be a good thing. Moreover, the current me has not reached the time to pass on the inheritance to you," he said directly. At this moment, Su Yan nodded. Then he left. People feared many things that had never happened, and they felt that they could not bear it. But in truth, it was precisely this fear that made it impossible for people to move forward, making everything even more difficult. No matter the time, everyone needed a heart that could bravely move forward. If this was lost, then the meaning of life would become extremely small. After Su Yan left, the Demon King's body actually began to change. Originally, although he was also young, there was an unimaginable aura of twilight in his body. However, at this moment, his face was glowing, without the slightest bit of lifeless appearance. "Master, have you really made your decision?" At this moment, Xiao Qian walked in. She was clearly shocked to see the Demon King like this. Chapter 1331. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. Great achievement of the Netherworld. Many of his words were nothing in itself, but when he said them, they were filled with sadness. At least, that was what it sounded like to those who heard it. How helpless were the 4 of them who were experiencing terminal lucidity. At this moment, the Demon King disappeared from where he was standing. No one knew where he had gone. Seeing her master leave, Xiao Qian was filled with worry. This was the end of the road for a hero. At this moment, in the Netherworld, Guisha opened his eyes. At this moment, he could sense that the moment he had been waiting for was finally here. Even someone as powerful as him was filled with unimaginable joy at this moment. Radiance emerged at this time, and a powerful force condensed at this time. That terrifying force directly burned at this time. In the darkness, a powerful energy was projected. The energy started to change. In an instant, the energy was boundless. The terrifying aura seemed to have reached eternity. Such a terrifying energy was rolling out at this moment. It was unimaginable. This kind of power surged at this time, and endless power emerged at this time. Guisha mumbled to himself, "You're finally out? Come, let me see what level of strength you've reached." Even someone as powerful as him was filled with endless anticipation at this moment. He wanted to see how far the person he nurtured could go at this time. A terrifying light appeared between the heavens and the earth. The power was unimaginable. Such a terrifying energy exploded at this moment. Terrifying and horrifying light continued to sweep out at this moment. It was like an endless storm that was sinking. The terrifying energy appeared at this moment. Then, a huge palm came crashing down on Guisha. This power appeared so suddenly, and such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable at this moment. Guisha was not surprised at all by this sudden attack. In fact, There was even a hint of admiration in his eyes. Not bad. You knew to attack me at this moment. Looks like you've grown a lot, Sunluo. He said the person's name. Sunluo. It was Sunluo. The person who had released such a terrifying energy was Rosen. Although Rosen was quite powerful, how could he have such a terrifying aura in the past? Such power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. However, it was unable to do anything to Gui Shasheng. An even more powerful force emanated from Gui Shasheng's body. In an instant, this force rushed to the heavens and earth and blocked Luo Sen's attack. Soon, the two terrifying forces dissipated into thin air. At this moment, Luo Sen's gaze was fixed on Gui Shasheng. His eyes were filled with killing intent. What? I made you so powerful, but now you want to kill me? Gui Sha said with a smile. Even though they had just exchanged such a terrifying attack studio, it was as if both of them were having a friendly. The corners of Lawson's mouth curled up as he said, "Old man, what's the point of continuing to pretend? Do you really think I'm an idiot and don't know what you're up to? Humph, you just want to devour me and become the new Nether King." Nether King. Nether King, one of the 5 kings. The Demon King had said that the Nether Big World was formed by Nether King. He was able to form a world with his own power, which showed how powerful he was. Rosen had the mark of the Nether World in his body, so he was the son of the Nether World. He could inherit the power of Nether King. Although Guisha had inherited the power of the Nether World, he did not have the mark of the world. Therefore, he could only look at the power of Nether King and sigh. In fact, his mission was to bring Rosen to this place and let Rosen inherit the power of this world. However, he was Guisha. How could someone as powerful as him accept such a ridiculous fate? In his eyes, Rosen was just a kid who was still wet behind the ears. Compared to him, Rosen's power was too weak. Furthermore, Guisha had been in a superior position for a long time. It was impossible for him to help a kid like Rosen. Since it was impossible, he would rebel. As long as he killed Rosen and devoured his origin, he would be the ruler. He would be able to obtain the Netherworld and become the real lord of the Netherworld. At that time, it would be the time for him to rule the world. He believed that no one would be able to stop him. His ambition was not limited to just this little bit. You're not stupid. However, so what if you know? Your fate has been decided from the very beginning. You are nothing but food for me. His eyes were vicious, and a powerful and terrifying power spread out at this time. As his power exploded, the whole Netherworld seemed to be surging. The terrifying power kept surging at this time, and the endless aura was almost unimaginable. All the power between heaven and earth began to condense, and a light shadow began to descend. Countless light shadows condensed into Guisha's body. You think you have everything just because you have the Nether King's inheritance? What a joke. The Nether King can be said to be the heaven's will of the Netherworld. He's the core thing, but that's not everything. Do you know how much preparation I've made in order to wait until today? At this moment, a terrifying demonic chi began to surge. Such power caused the 9 springs to surge. Boundless power at this time had reached a terrifying level. At this moment, the entire world was sinking continuously. Rosen's eyes flashed with seriousness. How powerful! He used the boundless demon sect's demonic swallowing heaven and earth technique to refine the power of the Netherworld. He was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent. After receiving the Nether King's inheritance, his knowledge was extensive. At this time, he immediately saw through Guisha's technique. It turned out that Guisha had already set up a trap and was waiting for him to fall into it. This guy was really despicable. The powerful and terrifying power was already enveloping him. In such a situation, he was like a caged bird facing a terrifying cage. It turned out that this old guy had planned everything from the beginning. To him, he was just a prey to be devoured. Now that the prey had finally fattened up, Guisha would directly devour him. Old man, don't you think you're too ambitious? How could he be willing to be devoured like this? Hence he asked directly. Yes, this guy was too ambitious and too arrogant. After all, he had already received the Nether King's inheritance, and the shadow world had already begun to acknowledge him. However, what he did was going against the will of the shadow world, and against the wishes of the Nether King. Ha, too ambitious? You're wrong. Ambition has always been for those with power. I have waited for so long for this day, and I have enough power. When I am powerful enough, this is no longer an ambition, but a goal. At this point, his voice had become extremely frenzied. He continued to laugh and said, "Forget it, for a weakling like you will never be able to understand my heart. So, even if I give you great power, it will be useless. Cowards are all like this." At this moment, his power descended, and the terrifying aura was about to completely crush Rosen and kill him. However, at this moment, Luo Sen's expression changed abruptly as an extremely terrifying radiance was released from his body. "Old man, do you think I don't know where you came from? You're just a dog adopted by the Nether King, and I have already inherited everything from the Nether King. In other words, I am your new master. At this time, you want to betray your master? You're seeking your own death." At this moment, his power had already surged out, and the most terrifying power directly shot into the sky. A power appeared at this moment. Such a terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Boundless aura descended at this moment, as if a dark cloud was pressing down. Then, a mark appeared between Rosen's eyebrows. The moment the mark appeared, the entire underworld stopped functioning. It was as if time had stopped flowing. This was an inconceivable scene. What kind of concept was the entire underworld? It was boundless and eternally boundless. However, at this moment, such a power stopped functioning. At this moment, everything had changed. All the rules had been broken. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and everything that Gui Xiaxing had set up was stopped. I'm not afraid to tell you that the Nether King had already predicted this day. If you had continued to be a dog, it would have been fine. However, you chose this path of no return, and I will send you on your way. Humph, you still want to devour me? Dream on." At this moment, his power surged out, and at this moment, he had turned the tables. Not only did he suppress the power, but he also charged towards Gui Xiaxing. Chapter 1332. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Rise again. No, how can this be? It's impossible. Netherlord, you old bastard, didn't everything about you disappear? Why is your Netherlord's great seal still here? At this moment he was extremely furious. He had painstakingly waited for this day for who knows how long. However, at this moment, all of his efforts had been in vain. Not only that, but he was also going to die here. He was filled with hatred. Why, you old bastard, I served you for so long, but you didn't leave anything for me. You damned bastard, no, I don't want to. At this moment, a surge of energy flowed out from the imprint. The energy transformed into a long snake and surged towards Gui Xiaxing. Gui Xia was originally Underworld King's servant, and he had served Underworld King for so long. He even saw how Underworld King merged with the Underworld and became the world consciousness. Later on, Underworld King died. He thought that he could inherit Underworld King's power and become the new ruler of the world. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Underworld King had already planned for the future. He could only be an assistant, but he could not be the master. This made him furious. But he had sacrificed so much, so why couldn't he get what he deserved? On the contrary, a nobody became Underworld King's successor and could have everything he wanted. As time passed, his heart started to change. Therefore, at this time, all of his thoughts had changed. He was not willing to give up everything for nothing. Because of this, he started his plan. However, the wait was too long. So many years passed in a hurry. And today, he finally saw the day he was about to succeed. Over the long years, he had naturally made all the necessary preparations and calculated all the possible outcomes. However, when the moment truly arrived, he realized that all his preparations were wrong. Underworld King's seal was still there, and it contained Underworld King's will. The powerful Underworld King left behind a power that could suppress everything after he died. At this moment, his power was projected out and wrapped around him. Under that power, he didn't even have the ability to struggle. This made him feel hopeless. No, I don't want to die. At this moment his entire body was trembling nonstop. He did not want to die, and he did not want to disappear from this world. Everything he had planned had turned into a dream. Unfortunately, all of this was out of his control. The boundless aura had reached an unimaginable level. Underworld King's power became thicker and thicker, and then everything was swept away. "Ha, I told you, you old bastard, you're going to die." Rosen's voice was heard. Luo Sun hated Gue Xiaosheng to the core. He would never forget the time when Gue Xiaosheng tried to devour him. He had suffered so much pain back then. Gue Xia had said that it was an illusion to fool limitless demon sect leader Yuquan. However, Luo Sun didn't trust Gue Xiaosheng at all. He didn't believe that it was just an illusion. He wasn't someone who was willing to trust others, so he didn't believe anything Gue Xiaosheng said. Therefore, the moment he obtained the power, the first thing he did was to attack and kill Gue Xia. The two of them were very similar. He had the same idea as Gue Xiaosheng, so this was a game of chance. In fact, Luo Sun should have been the loser in this battle. He knew too little about Gue Xiaosheng's power. How could someone who had lived for so long be so simple? It was impossible for him to defeat Gue Xiaosheng. Fortunately, he was the inheritor of the Underworld Lord. The great Underworld Lord had not only created the Underworld, but he had also calculated everything. Therefore, he had left behind the Underworld Lord's great seal in his inheritance and hidden it. That was the power of his will. When this power was completely unleashed, its might was simply unimaginable. A powerful and boundless power was directly released. That kind of terrifying might was simply unimaginable. The moment such an aura completely erupted, it was as if it was going to bury the entire underworld. Gue Xia could not compare to Underworld King's power. Therefore he was buried. Furthermore, his power had become a part of Rosen, making Rosen even stronger. At this time, Lawson laughed loudly. "Power, this is power, such powerful power," he suddenly roared, and the whole world shook. Such a powerful force directly vibrated out. That aura was so frightening that it had reached the peak of its intensity. Such power continued to erupt at this moment, and the entire netherworld began to tremble because of his roar. At this moment he was really excited. This was the power he had been waiting for. This was the kind of power that he should have. Su Yan, I already have such great power. I want to see how you can defeat me this time." At this moment, a figure appeared in his mind. This person was Su Yan. Rosen was defeated by Su Yan again and again. Su Yan was his speed. No matter how hard he tried, he could not defeat him. This had become an obsession in Rosen's heart. At this moment, he finally obtained such great and terrifying power. Therefore, he was confident that he could defeat Su Yan. At this moment, his power surged, and a boundless power emerged at this moment. He looked into the distance. This place was clearly in the netherworld, but his gaze fell upon the boundless world. His power had reached the point where he could see through the world. Such great and terrifying power. In the lonely desert, the King of Destruction walked alone. It's been a long journey. However, it should be here. At this moment, he finally stopped. His aura began to slowly emerge. After so many years, the King of Destruction's strength had increased. At this moment, he had reached the level of an emperor, which was the Emperor of Shura. Back then, the King of Shura's strength had already reached the peak of the Emperor of Shura. It was just that he had been suppressing his strength. However, at this moment, he had become the Emperor of Shura. His combat strength was already extremely terrifying. At this moment, his strength was naturally unimaginable. At this moment, in the sky, waves of power appeared. Such a powerful aura was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the power between heaven and earth began to change. It was originally a desert, but at this moment, an extremely lonely and deathly aura spread out. This is the place where the great Emperor of Shura is buried. It's really hard to imagine that such a powerful god would actually fall. The King of Destruction always had his own purpose in doing things. Back then, he left the Shura world and came to the boundless world to search. In the extremely distant past, an extremely terrifying battle had once taken place. In that battle, the god of the Shura world had fallen. That god was the most powerful god of the Shura world. However, he had died at the hands of a big shot from the boundless world. The King of Destruction's luck was good enough. He had actually received guidance from the unseen world. Therefore, he had spared no effort to come to the boundless world to search for the god's corpse. As long as he could obtain the power of the god's corpse, he would be able to directly break through his limits and achieve the true great destruction he had in mind. And this desert was the place where he had fallen. The moment he released the Shura's aura, the entire sky changed. At this moment, a terrifying power appeared, and endless lightning struck down. The most terrifying power had reached the point where it could destroy everything. However, there was a small bone in his body. The moment the bone appeared, the endless lightning quieted down. Such an aura soared in the sky. It was as if no other power could compare to this aura. Heaven's punishment? It's a pity. It's useless. The great god will eventually awaken and become my power. At this moment, a heart slowly appeared in his body. It was the heart of destruction. The appearance of this heart seemed to have completely awakened that thing that had been silent. Such a terrifying power appeared at this moment. The powerful aura was simply boundless. At this moment, the violent power rose to the extreme. A terrifying power began to emerge from the bottomless ground. Skeleton of the god of Shura appear. He muttered to himself as an endless amount of power gathered towards his body. Far away in the Shura world, the woman in red opened her eyes. At this moment, she had become the god of Shura. However, she was not the only god of Shura. The divine source is divided into three. She said faintly. At this moment, the man also spoke. How interesting. The fallen god has actually begun to revive. Including you, the new god, and that guy who stole the will of the heavens, the divine position has been divided into three. How interesting. The God-Slayer sword smiled brightly as if he had seen the most interesting thing. Chapter 1333. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Xianxia appears. Back then, the God-Slayer sword was in a miserable state. At that time, he did not manage to find his true body. Only a trace of sword intent resided in Su Yan's body. At that time, he went to Dragon Island, but he was schemed against by the 7 Dragon Kings. Those stupid dragons actually wanted to refine him and turn him into their divine sword. To the powerful and arrogant God-Slayer sword, that was a great humiliation. The woman in red looked at him, unmoved. At that moment, the God-Slayer sword said, "Then what about you? Are you not going to return with me?" He smiled as if he could see through the woman in red's heart. She shook her head and said, "No, my battle is not over yet." Now, she had become the god of Shura, but it was not complete. The way she and the other two became gods was different from other worlds. The three of them were divided into 3 parts. Even if they became gods, they were not the strongest. To Shura, fighting was her nature. Even if the woman in red was a little special, the moment she became a Shura, her fighting nature took the initiative. Therefore, she could not leave at this time. Because she chose Shura, she had to fight to the end. At that moment, her gaze seemed to be able to see through all the falsehoods. The power of the deity position was becoming more and more obvious at this time. Her current combat strength was already a world of difference from back then. Unknowingly, she started to miss the past. Back then, she was still a woman who had just reached the spirit channeling realm. Now, she was already at this stage. It had to be said that this was fate and fortune. Well, since you've chosen this path, I hope you can keep going. The interesting time is getting closer and closer. I hope you don't die. Kisuke, I wonder if that brat will be surprised when he finds out about your situation. No, I should say, I wonder if that brat is dead or not. The God-Slayer's sword looked lazy. He seemed to have seen the whole world clearly. After returning to the boundless world, Su Yan went to the Heaven and Earth organization. When he entered the boundless world, his fate sense became stronger. At that moment, he felt that something seemed to have changed in the Heaven and Earth organization. Su Yan directly stepped into the Heaven and Earth organization. At that moment, the Heaven and Earth organization's mountain gate was not operating. Damn it. Anger surged in his heart. At this moment, he released his senses. His powerful sensing ability spread out layer by layer. He could even sense what was underground. Just as he was about to give up, he suddenly sensed an extremely weak presence deep underground. This presence was rather familiar. He opened his hand, and a stream of aura shot out. Then, it broke open the ground in an extremely barbaric manner, and a figure was directly grabbed by him. Kong Wuhan. Su Yan was very surprised. This person was actually Kong Wuhan. Back then, this audacious guy had tried to steal his things, but he had been defeated by Su Yan. He had even been locked up in a small black room in the small world, which was far from being formed. Later, during the battle with Black Dragon, this guy directly entered the dragon's nest. He stole all the treasures and then disappeared. However, he did not expect that this guy would appear here. Moreover, his aura was extremely weak at the moment. Even at this moment, there was still a strong sword will remaining on his body. This sword intent was extremely powerful, but Su Yan also felt that it was somewhat familiar. If it was the Su Yan of the past, he would have been helpless against such a sword intent. However, he was no longer the same as before. He directly activated his power, and a powerful and terrifying force swept out. This force directly entered Kong Wuhan's body. All the sword intent was swallowed up in an instant. It's that guy. When Su Yan directly swallowed the sword intent, he immediately sensed the owner of the sword intent. Yang? If that's the case, you've already escaped from the seal? There was no mistake. The owner of this sword intent was clearly the expert from the Stupa sect that Su Yan had met in the Arctic land of the far north, Yang. In the beginning, Su Yan was very grateful to Yang Te. After all, he had given him pointers back then. However, later on, he already knew that Yang Te was definitely not a simple person. If he was also a member of the Stupa sect, why had he been sealed? One had to know that the small world of the Stupa sect had existed peacefully for so many years. That was not all. The disciples of the Stupa sect had not even mentioned a word about him. Therefore, Su Yan knew that there was something wrong with this guy at the time. The last time he had gone to the Arctic land of the far north, he had also seen some other clues. This had confirmed his inner thoughts. However, Su Yan had not paid attention to this guy. Firstly, he had been sealed. Secondly, at the very least, at that time, he was no longer a threat to him. Instead, he had helped him, even if it was because he had bad intentions. Kong Wuhan, wake up. At this time, Su Yan's strength was so strong that his aura penetrated into Kong Wuhan's body. Kong Wuhan's body began to heal directly. The places that had been injured by the sword qi immediately began to heal. Cough, cough, cough. Under the nourishment of such power, Kong Wuhan finally opened his eyes. F*ck, a ghost. The moment this guy woke up, he actually screamed and retreated backwards in a sorry state. However, he quickly reacted. He was a cultivator, and this guy's strength was not weak at all. Su Yan could see that his aura was so strong that it was almost at the level of a breakthrough to the Emperor realm. With such a cultivation level, why would he be afraid of an adventurous ghost? Unless the ghost's ancestor was here. Su Yan, aren't you already dead? Su Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. This guy really wanted him to die. Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Tell me what happened. This was what Su Yan was most concerned about. Where was Yun Wanqing? Where did the disciples of the Heaven and Earth organization go? Also, where did Feng Yueshan's wife and child go? This was the most important question at the moment. Kong Wuhan sighed and said, "Sigh, this old man's luck is really bad. Back then, this old man's cultivation had improved greatly, so I wanted to look for you to spar. However, I didn't expect that you would actually run off to the 9 provinces. However, your wife was extremely enthusiastic, which made me feel quite embarrassed. Therefore, I decided to help you guard the Heavenly Cloud sect." Su Yan knew that this guy stayed most likely to eat and drink, but he didn't interrupt him and continued to listen. Mother Ker, on the second day, a man suddenly came. He claimed to be your old friend and wanted to invite your wife over as a guest. However, your wife refused. That guy actually made a move. Of course, I couldn't stand it, so I immediately exchanged blows with him. At this point, Kong Wuhan frowned and said, However, that guy's strength is too strong. If I'm not wrong, he has already begun to step into the Holy Master realm. I'm not his opponent. Sigh, why do handsome people always have to suffer so much? Kong Wuhan sighed, but then he chuckled, that guy is really strong, but I still took advantage of him. As he spoke, a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword's aura was incomparably sharp, and a powerful aura directly spread out at this moment. It contained an extremely dense and terrifying power. Divine Sword. Su Yan naturally knew that with such an aura, it was naturally a divine sword. However, he was also certain that this divine sword was definitely not one of the 9 Heavens sword and the Buddha sword. However, this sword was still extremely powerful. Of course, this is my spoil of war. I took it from him. He chuckled like a child. Even Su Yan couldn't help but admit that the Void Dao Gate was truly powerful. Kong Wuhan was actually able to steal a divine sword from a heavenly sovereign and even survive. Okay, enough nonsense. I want to hear the rest. Su Yan said with a sullen face. At this moment, Kong Wuhan was no longer smiling. Instead, he sighed and said, Su Yan, I'm sorry. I couldn't defeat him, so I could only hide myself in a sorry state. That guy's divine sword was stolen by me. He had scruples in his heart, so he didn't kill the Heaven and Earth organization. He just directly took them away. I don't know where they went, but he left a message asking me to use the divine sword to exchange for their lives. His expression was very gloomy. Su Yan said, Forget it, you've already done your best. Moreover, if it weren't for your stroke of genius, he might have killed them. Su Yan thought in his heart that he was probably here for his Buddha inheritance. After all, he knew that he had obtained the inheritance of the Buddha pagoda. As for Kong Wuhan, he was already very powerful to be able to do this. If it weren't for him messing things up, he might have killed even more people. After all, he and Kong Wuhan didn't have a very deep relationship. At this moment, Kong Wuhan said, Damn it, if I wasn't too excited at that time, I might have even gotten the other thing. What a failure. I really want to die. He looked up to the sky and roared. Su Yan was speechless. Damn, he was retarded. Since he was sure that it was Yang Yi, Su Yan naturally wouldn't let him go. At this moment, he directly projected his power. An aura directly filled the sky, and the strong power directly spread to heaven and earth. At this moment, Su Yan's will was very strong. Chapter 1334. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios, damn, you're also a sacred venerate. He was too shocked. The reason his strength had improved so much was because he had found something left behind by his sect. That was the final gift his sect had given him. With the help of that power, his cultivation had been able to break through quickly and reach the Sovereign Venerate realm. A Sovereign Venerate realm could move unhindered in any era. As long as a Sacred Venerate realm expert did not attack him directly, he could do whatever he wanted. However, when he had just mastered his divine skill, he immediately encountered a freak who seemed to be half a step into the Sacred Venerate realm. That freak directly beat him up. Fortunately, that guy was only a half-step Sacred Venerate. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. However, when he finally woke up, he saw Su Yan. At that moment, he realized that Su Yan was also a Sacred Venerate realm expert. Furthermore, he was not a half-step Sacred Venerate, but a true Sacred Venerate. That enormous pressure wouldn't lie. Looks like this world has really changed. Damn, I refuse to accept this. He wailed in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan released his consciousness directly. This way, the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths were within his consciousness. At that moment, his strength had reached an unimaginable level. Nothing could escape his senses. In an instant, his strength had spread to the Arctic land of the far north. You won't be able to escape. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. In a short moment, he had already sensed it. At this moment, Yang Yi was in a secret realm. That secret realm had an extremely strong power. Even Su Yan's perception power could not directly probe inside. However, Su Yan only needed to be sure that that fellow was there. What? You've already discovered him? Kong Wuhan looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Damn, this method is really amazing. As long as I close my eyes, what I want to find will immediately appear. It turns out that becoming a sacred venerate is such a fun thing. Looks like I have to work hard to become a sacred venerate too. That guy muttered to himself. Su Yan's face was filled with black lines. However, he was very rational and didn't continue discussing the topic of how he was going to investigate Yang Tai. He only said, I'm going to look for him right now. What about you? Do you want to come with me? Since Kong Wuhan was able to survive Yang Tai's attack and steal the divine sword from him, he naturally had absolute ability. Bringing Kong Wuhan along might be a good plan. Let's go. With you around, I don't have to be afraid of him. Besides, there must be a lot of good stuff in his hiding place. I'm going to steal all of his things. The people of the Empty Void Dao sect, after all, seem to only have this point of existence. Alright, since that's the case, let's get moving. Su Yan grabbed Kong Wuhan's shoulder. At this moment his will moved, and a spatial door opened. At Su Yan's current level, opening a spatial door was a piece of cake. The two of them stepped directly into it. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared outside a secret realm. This mystic realm was extremely well hidden. If it wasn't for Su Yan's current overbearing divine sense, it would have been very difficult for him to discover it. At this moment, Kong Wuhan squatted down and began to study the entrance of this secret realm. It's really ingenious. It actually used 1383 kinds of spatial secret techniques. Amazing. He seemed to be very interested in such a spatial secret technique. What are you doing? Su Yan asked. Of course, I'm trying to crack this spatial secret technique. Kong Wuhan didn't even raise his head. At this moment he was already engrossed in it. Su Yan said, there's no need to crack it. Just blast it away. This spatial secret technique was indeed very complicated, but it was still not enough to block Su Yan. Su Yan could forcefully crack it with brute force. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wuhan's disdainful gaze was already directed at him. Hee, a guy like you can only do this kind of thing without any technical content. Breaking it with brute force? That guy will definitely know. What if he escapes? What if he kills the hostages? That's why this kind of technical work should be left to me. If I can't crack it in 30 breaths, I'm not surnamed Kong. After saying that, he immediately immersed himself in it wholeheartedly. What he said made sense. Even Su Yan was speechless. However, no matter how he looked at it, this guy was only so engrossed in it because he wanted to decipher this thing. At this moment, his power was constantly surging. Waves of power were constantly probing into this place, wanting to directly break the restriction here. In fact, he only used 25 breaths of time. The Kong Dao School's understanding of space was really amazing. Even if it was Su Yan, if he didn't use brute force and instead used his technique to crack it, it would probably take him at least twice as long. There were specializations in every field. Alright, let's go in. I dare to guarantee that the old dog definitely hasn't noticed anything yet. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yan had already pulled him into the secret realm. At this moment, Su Yan directly displayed his power and immediately locked onto Yang Tai's position. Yang Tai's face was solemn. At this moment, he seemed to be refining some kind of secret treasure. Su Yan looked over. He was extremely familiar with this item because it was the Buddha's pagoda. Back then, after Su Yan obtained the Buddha's seal, this Buddha's pagoda directly flew to outer space and disappeared. After that, Su Yan thought that perhaps compared to the Buddha's seal that he obtained, the Buddha's pagoda was probably a more powerful treasure. However, he also knew that many things couldn't be forced. Since the Buddha's pagoda had left him, it meant that it didn't belong to him. Moreover, not obtaining the Buddha's pagoda could be considered a blessing. After all, he was now certain that the ancestor Buddha was definitely still alive. This meant that these things were all part of the ancestor Buddha's plan. Yang, long time no see. At this moment, Su Yan took a step forward and directly appeared in front of Yang. At this moment, Yang suddenly raised his head. This was because he actually didn't sense Su Yan's arrival at all. However, this surprise quickly calmed down. He chuckled and then said, "Su Yan, it's really been a long time." Indeed, it had been a long time. He didn't know how many years had passed since this parting. "I heard that Senior was looking for me?" As Su Yan spoke, he spread out his divine thought in an attempt to detect the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Kong Wuhan directly said, "Damn it, why are you being so hypocritical? Old dog, where are sister-in-law and the others? Quickly call them out. If not, I'll insert your bullsh *T divine sword into the toilet bowl." Kong Wuhan was as overbearing as ever. Yang Di's face twitched. Obviously, he was extremely angry at this brat who dared to call him an old dog. What made him feel the most hateful was that his divine sword was actually stolen by this brat. Although this divine sword was not comparable to Nine Heavens and Futu, it was still extremely powerful. With his powerful strength, he almost directly refined it. However, he did not know what method this guy used, but he was actually able to directly steal the divine sword from him. As expected of the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect, you're really powerful. Unfortunately, after today, I'm afraid that the remnants of the Kong Kong Dao sect will completely disappear. His voice was so cold that it was obvious that he didn't intend to let Kong Wuhan live. Kong Wuhan immediately scolded back. "You idiot, how can you say that? After today, the Kong Kong Dao sect will disappear? Haha, you're really making me laugh. How do you know that I didn't pass down the orthodoxy? How do you know that no one else in the Kong Kong Dao sect will pass down the orthodoxy?" Yang Yi was dumbfounded. This didn't seem to be the point that he wanted to emphasize. "All right, Senior Yang Yi, I don't have any great enmity with you. It's better for you to release my wife and my junior brothers from the sect. This way, everyone will be happy." At this time, Su Yan didn't notice the existence of Yun Wanqing and the others. The anger in his heart had reached an extremely terrifying level. Yang Yi smiled coldly and then said, "Haha, I sent your disciples and wives to the Dragon Clan. In exchange, I received the help of the Dragon Emperor and obtained the Buddha Pagoda. At this time, I only need to take one more step to reach the peak of the Saint Venerable Realm. You came at the right time. The Buddha seal is on you." At this time, his aura flickered, and the power of the entire secret realm began to surge. "Su Yan, do you still think that I'm an ordinary sovereign? My strength is not something you can imagine. Give it to me. Seeing that we're acquaintances, I won't kill you." At this time, he directly showed his fangs. However, when he began to mobilize his power, Wuhan spat out two words with a look of disdain, "Noob." Yang Yi's anger almost soared again. This guy was really abominable to the extreme. He had already made up his mind to kill this guy after he dealt with Su Yan. However, as soon as he thought about it, an even more powerful force appeared. "Yang Yi, you're courting death." At this time, Su Yan had completely lost his patience. This guy was really bold. He actually dared to send his wife and the people from the sect to the Dragon Clan. So what if he could mobilize the power of the secret realm? The current Su Yan was no longer the same as before. "You're too weak." Su Yan directly stretched out his hand. His power was so domineering that the power of the entire secret realm directly calmed down under his terrifying power. In the next moment, Su Yan's palm landed on Yang Yi's neck. Chapter 1335. Translator, Niobo Studio Editor. Niobo Studio. Heading to the Dragon Clan at this moment, Su Yan's hand was clutching his neck. "Do you know that I don't want to make things difficult for you? After all, you did help me a lot back then. No matter what your motive was, I will remember this." Su Yan's voice was extremely indifferent. His cold words were like an icy wind. Yang Yi was shocked to the extreme. After breaking the curse, he went straight to the secret realm to increase his strength. Before he was sealed, he was already in the Emperor realm. Now, his strength was even more terrifying. Now, he was almost in the Saint Venerable realm. The only thing he lacked was the last bit of the perfect imprint. However, he never thought that when he saw Su Yan again, he would not be a match for Su Yan. This was something he could not accept. To him, Su Yan was just a tool. However, This tool had actually broken free from his control. Thus, he was completely enraged. He wanted to break free from Su Yan's control by bursting forth with all his might. Such a situation made him extremely angry. Endless auras surged at this moment. Countless dragon-shaped auras began to roar. The strength of this power was simply unimaginable. Such power was surging at this moment. The terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. Kong Wuhan felt such a powerful aura and muttered in his heart, "Damn it. So I'm the weakling." In fact, his strength was already extremely strong. At this moment, he was at the peak of the Emperor realm. Such strength was simply unimaginable. However, the two existences in front of him were truly abnormal. Their terrifying strength was simply unimaginable. Yang Tai's strength was completely ignited. It was really not to be underestimated. Even Kong Wuhan's heart was pounding at this moment. "Boss Su Yan, you can't possibly be unable to defeat this guy, right?" He prayed silently in his heart. If he really could not defeat this guy, then he would be in for a bad time. However, his worries were unnecessary. At this moment, Su Yan's strength surged. The most terrifying aura surged out. "You still want to struggle at this point? Do you think I'm still the same old me?" Su Yan's power was like a huge millstone. Wherever it passed, the power unleashed by Yang He was directly obliterated. That was not all. His tyrannical aura continued to gather at this time, and the violent power almost directly rushed to the sky. Such a terrifying aura was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. This mystic realm clearly belonged to Yang Te. However, Yang Yi was shocked to discover that he was gradually losing control of this small realm. On the contrary, Su Yan's power continued to erupt. The most terrifying power directly appeared and actually stopped his own power. At this point, he had no choice but to believe that Su Yan had become a heavenly sovereign, a true heavenly sovereign. How is this possible? How could the child of destiny become a holy sovereign? At this moment, he was extremely shocked. This was because he knew very well that those who had plotted against Su Yan would not allow Su Yan to become a heavenly sovereign. Once Su Yan became a heavenly sovereign, it would be difficult for them to control Su Yan's fate. How could he know that Su Yan had entered the shadow realm, shattered himself, and found another way to survive in the midst of death? This was an unimaginable process. Ordinary people would not even be able to think of it. Even Duan Mulonghu's method of surviving in the midst of death was inferior to Su Yan's. Su Yan did not care about Yang Di's shock. His power suddenly surged. Then, the most terrifying aura directly rushed into Yang Di's body. "Actually, I don't want to kill you. However, your actions have crossed my bottom line." At this moment, his power was so great that he looked like a god. Such power made Yang He feel despair. His strength was just too great. "This time, I won't kill you." After Su Yan finished speaking, his power directly appeared. Endless power surged out, and a fierce aura rushed into Yang Di's body. At this moment, Yang He immediately appeared to be in incomparable pain. A moment later, he realized what had happened to his body. "No, damn it. You are going to cripple me. Don't." He finally understood what Su Yan wanted to do. He wanted to completely cripple him. Yang Te's cultivation had been extremely difficult. In order to reach this level, he had paid too much and schemed too much. However, Su Yan actually wanted to cripple his cultivation. This was even more painful than killing him. However, Su Yan did not care. This guy actually dared to attack Yun Wanqing and the Heaven and Earth organization. He was simply courting death. That was his reverse scale. Cherish your last moments. If anything happens to Wanqing and the Heaven and Earth organization, I will let you know what true fear and pain are. The power of the Supreme rushed directly into Yang Te's body, directly robbing him of his power. Su Yan loosened his grip, and with a light pada sound, Yang Te fell to the ground. At this moment, he was in so much pain. His power was gone. Originally, he seemed to be able to change the world with a raise of his hand. However, at this moment, his power had disappeared. This was simply unimaginable to him. He felt as if the world had lost its color at this moment. At this moment, Kong Wuhan walked over to Yang Yi's side. Yang Tai, he had originally been a dangerous person, but he was no longer. He had been completely crippled. What did I say just now? He loved to add insult to injury when his enemy was down. Yang Tai's gaze was fixed on Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had become the person he hated the most. Boss Su Yan, this guy's gaze is very unfriendly. Why don't we get rid of him? Anyway, there's no point for this guy to live. Kong Wuhan directly made his own suggestion, but Su Yan said, I've already said it. Let's do it this time. Su Yan raised his hand, and the huge pagoda began to shake under his power. The pagoda originally wanted to struggle, but Su Yan was so powerful at this time. How could it struggle? Under such a powerful force, the pagoda was immediately drawn in by this terrifying aura. Then, it was taken into Su Yan's small world. When he first saw the pagoda, it was as if he had seen a real miracle. However, at this moment, everything was different. The pagoda was directly suppressed by him. Old Ancestor Buter is not here after all. You can't resist. The two left the secret realm directly. At this time, Su Yan said, I'm going to Dragon Island. That place is not a good place. You'd better not go with me. Su Yan was not lying. That place was extremely terrifying. The 7 great dragon kings were all extremely powerful existences at the Emperor realm. Of the 7 great dragon kings, the Fire Dragon King had been killed by the Godslayer sword. However, Su Yan believed that the powerful Dragon Clan would definitely not let the Dragon King's position be suspended. A new Dragon King would appear. The Dragon Clan's foundation was really terrifying. They could even contact the 3 ancient Dragon Clans. Even so, it was already extremely powerful. The 7 great Dragon Kings might be able to fight against a Saint Master if they joined forces. They might not be able to win, but at least they could contend. If they brought the power of the Dragon God, it would be even more terrifying. Their great power would almost reach the point of being endless. Even if Su Yan had reached the Saint Master realm at this time, breaking into Dragon Island was actually a dangerous thing. However, Su Yan would not choose to retreat at this time. The people of the Heaven and Earth organization were his family, not to mention Yun Wanqing was also among them. Dragon Clan. Hearing these 2 words, a brilliance flashed in Kong Wuhan's eyes. It was not fear, but a kind of yearning. Su Yan immediately understood the thoughts of this guy. Needless to say, this guy's mind was probably filled with the endless wealth of the Dragon Clan. The guy from Kong Dao sect was indeed a classic example of dying for wealth. Su Yan, you go first. I'm going to raid their home. At this point, the guy's eyes flashed with an extremely excited look. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind to steal the Dragon Clan. Su Yan said, It's not that I want to pour cold water on you, but the strength of the Dragon Clan is definitely beyond your imagination. Even the current me is not confident that I can escape unscathed. At this time, Kong Wuhan said, Don't worry, our Kong Dao sect has done a very detailed research on the Dragon Clan. When our old ancestor was alive, he had already written 100 secret methods on how to steal the wealth of Dragon Island. You may not know, but every sect master of the Kong Dao sect has to complete a mission, and that is to enter Dragon Island and steal the treasures. Even Su Yan was extremely shocked after hearing this answer. This Kong Dao sect was really valiant. It was no wonder that when the Black Dragon heard the words Kong Dao sect, even his reverse scale stood up. This was really hard to imagine. At this time, endless power directly spread out, and that terrifying aura rose. At this time, the violent power was so strong that it was simply endless. Su Yan felt Kong Wuhan's strong fighting spirit. Chapter 1336. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Yi Kongxing appeared. He stood up immediately after he finished speaking. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he went to make preparations. After the 2 of them left, the secret realm became quiet again. In the secret realm, Yang He sat on the ground, paralyzed. He felt that he had suffered such a terrible blow. To him, it was an unimaginable pain. He was about to break through to the Saint Venerable rank and become one of the main characters of this world. However, at this time, his strength had been crippled by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was so terrifying that he could not even resist. This was completely different from what he had planned. He really couldn't understand why this was the case. At this time, everything in this world had lost its meaning to him. He even wanted to end his life at this time. At this time, the aura of the secret realm surged again, and a powerful force came crashing down. Such an aura was incomparably strong. He quickly arrived in front of Yang. Uncle Master Yang. He swallowed the words he was about to say. He was Yi Kongxing, Yi Xingxing's elder brother. Yi Xingxing was actually an outstanding genius with great strength. However, his elder brother was much more outstanding than him, and his strength was also much more powerful. At this time, he appeared in this place. His aura was as vast as the sea, bottomless. This time, he came here for the Buddha Pagoda. The Buddha Pagoda was extremely important to the Stupa sect. In the great battle that year, the Buddha Pagoda was lost. Ever since they returned to this world, they had been searching for the Buddha Pagoda's whereabouts. Unfortunately, they did not manage to find it. Instead, it was found by Yang Tai, who had escaped from the seal. After obtaining the Buddha Pagoda, Yang was unwilling to return it to the Stupa sect. After all, he was already an abandoned disciple. The ambitious Yang Tai even wanted to snatch the Nine Heavens divine sword. Therefore, he barged into the Stupa sect. However, Yi Kongxing attacked directly. At that time, Yi Kongxing had already become a powerful Emperor Venerable. He had obtained the recognition of the Nine Heavens divine sword and became the new sword master. Therefore, he and Yang Tai fought fiercely. In the end, Yang Tai was defeated and left the Stupa gate. He had come here this time to retrieve the 9-layered pagoda from Yang Yi's hands. He had already made preparations for another big battle, but when he arrived, he found Yang Tai sprawled on the ground. This greatly shocked him. No matter what, he would never have thought that Yang Di would be in such a miserable state. For Yang Di to be able to fight with him back then, there was no need to mention how powerful he was. However, even so, he was defeated so miserably at this time. He simply could not believe it. At this moment, Yang didn't even have the slightest bit of strength in his body. Yanran was already a cripple. Martial Uncle Yang Tea, what exactly happened? And where's the Buddha's pagoda? Yi Kongxing didn't care too much about Yang Tai's condition. Although he addressed Yang Tai as Uncle Master, Yang had already betrayed the Stupa sect. Even if he died, Yi Kongxing wouldn't care. What he truly cared about was the Buddha pagoda. That was the most precious treasure of the Buddha sect. As long as he could bring the Buddha pagoda back to the sect, it would greatly increase the strength of the Stupa sect. It might even allow the Stupa ancestor to return. Su Yan, it's Su Yan. At this moment, Yang Tai opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with deep hatred. He wanted Su Yan to die. However, he knew that he was no match for Su Yan at this time. Therefore, he could only rely on someone else. Therefore, he directly said Su Yan's name. He hoped that Su Yan would be killed by Yi Kongxing. Su Yan. Yi Kongxing had naturally heard of this name. His younger brother had once been defeated by this person. Yi Kongxing was extremely impressed by Su Yan. More importantly, Tianji Elder's assertion made him even more afraid to underestimate Yi Kongxing. However, while he didn't dare to underestimate Yi Kongxing, he didn't think that he was inferior to Su Yan. He was a true powerhouse and had absolute confidence in himself. However, today, Yang Di had actually been defeated by Su Yan. This was unimaginable. Could it be that Su Yan's strength had reached such a level? At this moment, Yang Di continued, "Yes, it's Su Yan. That guy, not only did he snatch the Buddha pagoda, he also stole the Buddha seal, square seal, and soul-stabilizing seal." Yang Tai didn't reveal this matter at first. It wasn't because he was kind-hearted, but because he saw Su Yan as his own. Everything that Su Yan controlled would be his. However, at this time, he was directly defeated by Su Yan. In his heart, he already knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Su Yan. He had been defeated and had become a cripple. His heart was filled with infinite hatred. He wanted revenge. Therefore, at this time, he could only choose to divert the disaster to Su Yan. Yi Kongxing's strength was needless to say. Moreover, since Yi Kongxing could find him this time, it was obvious that he had made a breakthrough. He might be able to deal with Su Yan. Now, he didn't care what happened. As long as he could kill Su Yan, even if it brought a little trouble to Su Yan, he was extremely happy. Therefore, at this time, he directly encouraged Yi Kongxing to kill Su Yan. What? You're saying that the 3 Buddha seals are in that guy's hands? That guy really deserves to die. At this time, the killing intent in Yi Kongxing's heart condensed. Whether it was the 3 Buddha seals or the Buddha pagoda, they were the secret treasures of the Buddha sect. How could they combine with the power of the Buddha sect to unleash a terrifying power? Not only that, but they were also the key to becoming a saint venerable in the Buddha sect. They could directly increase the strength of the Buddha sect. However, now, these treasures were stolen by Su Yan. That guy really deserved to die. Uncle Master Yang, tell me, where did Su Yan go? He asked calmly. At this time, what he wanted to do was to find Su Yan, then defeat him and take back what he had lost. Yang panted, then said, "Martial nephew, help me recover my cultivation." Yang was still unwilling to give up at this time. He couldn't bear to be so powerless. However, he still lived for so long and didn't want to die. Therefore, at this time, what he wanted was to recover his cultivation and become stronger again. However, Yi Kongxing said, "Your body has been damaged too much. I can't restore your strength unless I can break through to a higher realm. How about this? Tell me where Su Yan is, and I will take the treasures back from him. At that time, when my realm has increased, and with the help of the Buddha pagoda, there is hope for him to recover his cultivation." Light burst out from Yang Tai's eyes. At this time, he was indeed yearning for it. He took a deep breath, then said, "All right, Su Yan has gone to Dragon Island. I think he will definitely die there. Before Su Yan dies, take the treasures back." Even when Yang Tai was sealed, he was still very scheming. However, at this time, he was still desperate. He didn't want to die, and he didn't want to become a cripple. At this time, his hope was placed on Yi Kongxing. Yi Kongxing looked at Yang Tai and revealed a disdainful smile. "Is that so? I already know. However, Uncle Master Yang, you are a hero. Living like this is really a coward. Since that's the case, let me send you on your way." After saying that, he directly attacked. A terrifying force suddenly pierced into Yang Tai's body. This attack wasn't too strong. It could even be said to be a light attack. If it was in the past, Yang Tai wouldn't even care about such a force. However, at this moment, it could directly kill Yang Tai, because at this time, he was really too weak. He didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. "You!" He stared straight at Yi Kongxing, but it was of no use. The world turned pitch black, and then he disappeared completely. Yi Kongxing frowned. To be able to defeat Yang Tai and kill him, this guy's strength is probably not weak. However, since he is going to Dragon Island to seek death, then it's my chance. My Stupa sect's old ancestor had some friendship with the dragon god in the past. This is good. As for the Stupa pagoda and the other treasures, he must get them back. At this time, he directly moved. In the endless sea, Dragon Island stood quietly. Dragon Island had existed here for an unknown period of time. Powerful giant dragons were entrenched here, enjoying the sun and the sea. Of course, Dragon Island at this time was much quieter than usual. This was because after the changes in the 5 counties, the Dragon Clan directly occupied the West Wilderness. Many of the Dragon Clan went to that place to become the ruler. The meaning behind Dragon Island's actions was very obvious. They wanted to show the strength of the Dragon Clan. They wanted to return to the point where the Dragon Clan ruled the world in the ancient times. The reason why the Dragon Clan dared to do so was because the 3 dragon gods of the Dragon Clan were about to return. The strength of the dragon gods was simply incomparable. As long as the Dragon Clan returned, their strength would naturally be terrifying. Su Yan stood in front of Dragon Island. The last time he came here, he was in a very sorry state and was almost killed. However, This time, it wouldn't be the same. Chapter 1337. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Sneaking into Dragon Island, Su Yen activated the power of the Exalted. Then his aura disappeared. The power of the Exalted could even block the heavens. Well, back then. Now that he had reached the level of a sacred venerate, his strength was needless to say. When he activated the power of the Exalted, his entire being turned into nothingness, as though he did not exist. At this moment, Su Yen was heading straight for Dragon Island. On Dragon Island, there were many powerful dragon tribes enjoying the sunlight. There were also dragon whelps wandering around. The dragon tribe was truly the strongest force in this world. When the dragon tribe was at their peak, their strength was almost unimaginable. In the entire universe, they were the most powerful and terrifying dragon tribe. They were so powerful that it was almost endless. No terrifying existence could possibly be a match for them. Even the demon tribe could not possibly be a match for the dragon tribe. In terms of physical strength alone, the strength of the dragon tribe was definitely above that of the demon tribe. However, later on, the dragon tribe became too powerful. As a result, they were envied by the heavens. Later on, it became increasingly difficult for the dragon tribe to reproduce. After a few more terrifying disasters, the dragon tribe finally went into decline. Even the 3 dragon gods of the dragon tribe were on the verge of falling. This could be said to be a huge disaster. However, at this moment, the aura of the dragon tribe began to spread again. That was because the 3 dragon gods were about to return. This time around, the calamity of the endless world had arrived. Countless people were waiting for an opportunity. It was the same for the dragon tribe. At this moment, the dragon tribe was also waiting for an opportunity to come. They hoped that their tribe could become stronger immediately. They had already continued to accumulate endless power. As long as the opportunity was right, they would erupt completely. The Western Wilderness was one of their plans. At this moment, the dragon tribe naturally could not have so many people to rule the world. Therefore, at this moment, they adopted another plan, which was to mix blood. Any existence that possessed the bloodline of the dragon tribe could be called a member of the dragon tribe and would be protected by them. On the other hand, those who possessed the dragon tribe's bloodline would have to swear allegiance to them. As such, the bloodline would continue to reproduce generation after generation. This way, the dragon tribe's bloodline would continue to spread. Although these mixed blood beings could not be as powerful as the real dragon tribe, they were not to be underestimated. Moreover, as long as they continued to transform, there would be a day when their dragon blood would be completely awakened and they would become powerful existences. The best example of this was the blood-winged wyvern. The strength and terror of the blood-winged wyvern was needless to say. Back then, this terrifying blood-winged wyvern had even reached the realm of a dragon king. If not for the fact that Su Yen had killed it, one of the 7 dragon kings would have been the blood-winged wyvern. From this, it could be seen that as long as those who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan continued to cultivate and strengthen their bloodline, they would have enough opportunities to transform into a true dragon. The next step was to wait for the return of the true dragon. When the great dragon god returns, he will sweep through the entire world. At this moment, Su Yen entered Dragon Island directly. He seemed to be walking around casually on the Dragon Island, but those dragons were actually unable to see him wherever he went. The Dragon Island didn't look big, but that wasn't the case at all. There was an extremely powerful spatial secret technique on the island. Therefore, this place was an extremely mystical world. It was just like the small worlds of various powerful sections. There was a universe within it. However, at this moment, Su Yan's spiritual consciousness was already extremely powerful. When his spiritual consciousness spread out, everything was naturally under his surveillance. "Where are you? Wanqing, where are you?" At this moment, Su Yan's heart gradually became uneasy. This was because he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura at all on Dragon Island. Could it be that Yangdi is lying to me? At this moment, Su Yan was already beginning to feel that he had been deceived. However, after thinking about it, that shouldn't be the case. He had been crippled by him back then. When he spoke, Su Yan's spiritual radiation had directly grasped everything about him. Therefore, he could clearly feel that that guy shouldn't be lying to him. However, at this moment, he couldn't sense Yun Wanqing's aura. It wasn't just Yun Wanqing. The aura of the entire heaven and earth organization couldn't be sensed either. It seems that I'll have to find someone important to ask. Su Yan finally gave up the idea of looking for her himself and then secretly taking her away. After all, this was Dragon Island. It was an extremely mystical place. Soon, Su Yan had already locked onto a target. It was a black dragon that lived alone. He was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the black dragon that Su Yan had killed back then. He was almost one step away from breaking through to the Dragon King's position. If it were in the past, Su Yan wouldn't have provoked such a terrifying existence. However, the current Su Yan was fearless. He directly came in front of the black dragon. At this moment, the black dragon was still sleeping soundly. Su Yan's body floated up. Then, his spiritual consciousness directly suppressed the dragon. At this moment, the dragon suddenly opened his eyes. Obviously, at this moment he felt Su Yan's terrifying will. Roar! He almost roared out loud. However, just as his voice was about to be heard, it was directly suppressed by Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was extremely powerful. He directly suppressed the black dragon with his spiritual consciousness. In the end, the black dragon couldn't even make a sound. At this moment, he couldn't even move. At this moment, Su Yan was a sacred venerate. Not to mention that this guy was only about to reach the Dragon King's level. Even if he was a real Dragon King, he would definitely not be a match for Su Yan. Who are you? How dare you? How dare you invade Dragon Island? The black dragon's voice was trembling. He was obviously full of fear toward Su Yan. This has nothing to do with you. You just have to answer my questions. As long as you cooperate, I won't kill you, Su Yan said directly. The Great Dragon Clan will not choose to submit. It could be seen that this was a very stubborn dragon. He had a heart that refused to admit defeat. The pride of the Dragon Clan was not just for show. At this moment, Su Yan said directly, "Don't show your pride in front of me, because it's meaningless. Moreover, I can see that you, the Black Dragon, are isolated by the Dragon Clan, right?" In fact, this was very obvious. On Dragon Island, the other dragons were playing with each other. However, only this dragon was in such a corner. He even had injuries on his body. This was also the reason why Su Yan had chosen this dragon as his target. Hearing Su Yan's words, the black dragon became silent. If I'm not wrong, the situation of the black dragon on Dragon Island is not good. Although you are pure-blooded dragons, you are not welcomed. It's because of the great demonic dragon, right? The great demonic dragon was a black dragon. Back then, the black dragons had a very high status. They were the superior dragons. However, the great demonic dragon rebelled. Although he was killed by the 3 dragon gods in the end, he also caused the 3 dragon gods to suffer heavy injuries. The reason why the 3 dragon gods fell into depression was directly related to the great demonic dragon. Since then, the Black Dragon Clan was not welcomed, even if they were called true dragons. What does it have to do with you? The Great Dragon Clan will definitely not be provoked or threatened. Although the Black Dragon's thoughts were pointed out by Su Yan, he was no longer willing to lower his head. At this moment, a powerful aura burst out from Su Yan's body. When he felt this aura, he instinctively lowered his head. If he was afraid of Su Yan's power before, then now he was in awe of this aura. He was in awe, respect, and fear because this was the power of the great demonic dragon. I'm not afraid to tell you that I have obtained the inheritance of the great demonic dragon. Also, I know that the 3 dragon gods are about to return. However, the great demonic dragon will also defy the heavens and return. So, are you willing to stand on the side of the great demonic dragon or the 3 dragon gods? Su Yan asked directly. At the same time, he directly suppressed the black dragon with his powerful spiritual power. After a short while, the black dragon finally lowered its head. "Please speak, I will become the great demonic dragon's follower." The black dragon did not lower his head to Su Yan, but to the great demonic dragon. He did not doubt Su Yan's words because the aura of the great demonic dragon released by Su Yan could not be concealed. At this time, Su Yan said, "Tell me, did the Dragon Island capture some humans a while ago? How are they? Are they still alive?" Su Yan came here to rescue the people of the Heaven and Earth organization. The Black Dragon said, "Those humans? There is indeed such a thing, but these people are not in danger because they were brought to the Dragon Tomb. As far as I know, the great Emperor Hilton is injured and needs their power to recover." Emperor Hilton, he called her the Great Emperor, which meant that she was a powerful Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was a powerful existence on the same level as the Sacred Sage. At this time, Su Yan frowned. There was no doubt about the strength of the Dragon Emperor. However, he was injured and could not recover by himself. He needed the power of the cloudy mist technique. "Take me there." In any case, Su Yan could not let Yun Wanqing stay any longer. Perhaps the Dragon Tribe needed their power at this moment, but he knew that the Dragon Tribe was definitely not grateful. He did not know what would happen after the great Emperor of the Dragon Tribe recovered from his injury, and he could not guarantee it. Therefore, at this time, the safest thing was to take Yun Wanqing and leave this place directly. "No, I can't enter it. The Dragon Tomb is a forbidden area. Unless I die, I can't enter it." At the mention of the Dragon Tomb, the Black Dragon showed fear. This fear came from the depths of his soul. Su Yan did not continue to make things difficult for the dragon. Instead, he directly used the cloudy mist technique. Chapter 1338. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Great Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Yes, powerful demons began to appear in the Western Wasteland. I was injured in the battle with the 5 demon kings. The Black Dragon was extremely angry when he mentioned the demons. However, from his words, one could see how powerful he was. He was able to fight against 5 powerful demon kings. In terms of level, they were clearly on the same level. "Alright, I understand." Speaking of the evil demons, Su Yan couldn't help but recall that extremely terrifying existence. It was an existence that could create the Dark Judgment Great Demonic God, an existence that even the island master of Divine Devil Island, as a demon monarch, feared. Even if Su Yan had become a saint venerable and his strength had increased to an extremely terrifying level, his heart still felt heavy when he thought of that existence. He had personally experienced the terror of that existence. At that time, just a clone was enough to oppress him to the point of suffocation. If his real body appeared in this world, how terrifying would that be? What kind of existence would be able to face the 3 dragon gods? Or the great demonic dragon? Or other powerhouses? Moreover, there was a huge hidden danger here, and that was unity. At this time, the boundless world had fallen into great chaos. Although countless terrifying existences were returning, their purpose was not to protect this world, but to fulfill their own ambitions. Needless to say, the 3 dragon gods' intentions were obvious, and that was to let the Dragon Clan become the main character of this world again. As for the great demonic dragon, what would he think after he returned? There was also the Ancestor Buter and some other powerhouses. These were all things that Su Yan couldn't control at this time. However, he quickly put this problem aside. No matter how serious the problem was, things had to be solved one by one. Su Yan arrived in front of the Dragon Clan's graveyard. When he arrived, he immediately felt the heaviness of this place. The aura here was incomparably oppressive. He felt that he was having difficulty breathing as soon as he arrived here. The power here was simply terrifying. That oppressive power made it difficult for him to control himself. Even someone as powerful as him was almost unable to maintain his form in this place. However, he still chose to move forward, because at this time, he didn't want to choose at all. He directly stepped into the dragon graveyard. The moment he entered, the most terrifying power directly appeared at this time, and then violently suppressed him. That was the dragon's resentment. Since this was the Dragon Clan's graveyard, there was naturally an unimaginable dragon's resentment hidden within. Such a power, that terrifying aura, almost made it difficult for Su Yan as a saint venerable to resist. At this time, he directly released his power art, a translation, and the violent and terrifying aura translation. The two clashed head-on, and a terrifying shockwave immediately erupted. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand this qi, but it was because after this attack, the situation here would definitely spread out. Damn it. Translation. Com translation is editor translation. Com translation is translation. Which scoundrel dares to be so presumptuous on Dragon Island? 7 extremely terrifying auras. They were the 7 Dragon Kings. Just as Su Yan expected, the Dragon Clan had indeed replenished the 7 Dragon Kings. At this time, the power of the Dragon Clan directly erupted. That kind of power was really terrifying. Endless majesty condensed at this time, and incomparably powerful power was directly displayed at this time. This power directly condensed towards the dragon graveyard. At this time, the black dragon that was treated by Su Yan flashed a different kind of emotion in its huge eyes. It actually entered the graveyard. The dragon graveyard was extremely powerful. Unless they had permission, no ordinary person could enter it. But at this time, Su Yan really did it, and he directly stepped into it. Although it caused a huge commotion, it also showed how powerful and terrifying Su Yan was. The 7 Dragon Kings directly descended into the great graveyard. At this time, there were already Dragon Kings who directly recognized Su Yan. "It's you, despicable human." They obviously had a deep impression of Su Yan, especially the Dragon King Brigadier. Back then, Su Yan directly fought a fierce battle. Of course, at that time, he was imprisoned by the power of the laws of the 5 counties and could not display his true strength. At this time, when he saw Su Yan, he found that at this time, Su Yan's aura was actually above his own. Even the powerful dragon graveyard's dragon grudge could not do anything to Su Yan. "Brigadier, long time no see." Su Yan smiled coldly. Then he directly condensed a power. That power turned into a magic sword and directly attacked Brigadier. At that time, Brigadier had appeared and wanted to take Yun Wanqing away. It could be said that there was a new and old hatred between him and this guy. At this time, this power directly descended and rushed towards Brigadier. Seeing this power in front of him, even Brigadier, the Dragon King, was extremely nervous at this time. Dragon King Forbidden Spell, Explode. At this time, he did not hesitate and directly released his most powerful and terrifying power. Such a thick aura rolled and turned into an incomparably huge shield, directly protecting his huge body. However, just as the huge shield appeared, it was directly scattered by this sword aura. Then, his body was directly blasted away. Fortunately, at this time, the other Dragon Kings also directly took action and protected his body. Otherwise, just this alone would have destroyed one of his dragon wings. I said I'll get even with you." After Su Yan sneered, he no longer paid attention to Dragon King Brigadier and the other Dragon Kings. Instead, he directly went into the depths of the dragon graveyard. The dragon's resentment attack just now was indeed powerful and could hurt a sacred venerable. However, Su Yan's earlier sword strike had already dissolved this wave of power directly. It would take some time to condense the next dragon's resentment. As for the other pressure, it was nothing to a sacred venerable like him. "Not good, he's going to enter the great tomb. Quick, stop him." At this time, the dragons already knew of Su Yan's plan. At this moment, Su Yan was going to enter the great tomb. How could they accept this? The dragon graveyard was their forbidden land, the resting place of the dead. Unless it was the greatest dragon emperor, otherwise, even a dragon king was not qualified to enter to be nurtured. But this is the dragon graveyard. Some dragon kings had concerns. After all, this was already a tradition of the dragon clan. At this time, Brigadier roared, "That guy has already become a sacred venerable and has the ability to hurt Lady Hilton. Do you want Lady Hilton to die?" At this moment, he took the lead and barged into the dragon graveyard. The other dragon kings knew that Brigadier must be in a terrible mood at this time, so they did not care about anything else. However, on the other hand, what he said was true. Su Yan's ability was enough to hurt Lady Hilton. After all, Hilton was already seriously injured at this time. No matter what, they could not watch Su Yan hurt the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, at this time, they went straight ahead. After entering the dragon graveyard, even if they were dragon kings, they would still be repelled. However, at this time, they could not care less. They could only continue to move forward. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast. As a sacred venerable, his power had already surpassed the 7 dragon kings. The 7 dragon kings could indeed fight a sacred venerable if they joined forces. However, there was a prerequisite. The sacred venerable had to fight the 7 dragon kings head-on. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Soon, he arrived at a place shrouded in light. This place was completely different from the other places in the dragon graveyard. The other places were filled with the souls of adorable dragons. Countless ghosts were drifting about. However, this place was peaceful. There were fresh flowers and green grass. It was incomparably beautiful. In the center of this light, there was a giant dragon entrenched here. This giant dragon could only be described with the word, great. Even Su Yan had no choice but to admit that there was a terrifying amount of energy in this giant dragon's body. If it was only based on the accumulation of energy, he would not be able to match up to this terrifying dragon emperor. As expected of the great emperor of the dragon clan. He was a legendary and unique person. However, there was an extremely evil power in this dragon emperor's body. This power was suppressed by him. However, once it erupted, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. At this time, Su Yan finally saw Yun Wanqing and the others. At this moment, Yun Wanqing and the people from the Heaven and Earth organization had already formed a large formation. They were using the power of the formation to cast the fog skill to treat the dragon emperor. To treat such a terrifying dragon emperor, it would naturally consume an unimaginable amount of energy. Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Dao master, it was still a huge burden for her. At this time, her aura was a little unstable. Obviously, she had used up a lot of energy and was now in a state of overload. Just as Su Yan expected, the selfish dragon clan did not care about other lives at all. You're courting death. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate at all. He directly used the power of the Supreme and a sharp sword appeared. His power fiercely broke into Dragon Emperor Hilton's domain. At this time, the Dragon Emperor also opened his eyes. The moment Su Yan appeared, he had already sensed it. However, at this time, he was entangled by this evil power. When Su Yan's power rushed over, he directly spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The power of the dragon's breath and Su Yan's power met, and the powerful and terrifying power melted each other. "Who are you?" he directly asked. His voice was extremely majestic. Chapter 1339. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Battle Dragon Emperor. At this moment, Su Yan was incomparably furious. Yun Wanqing was his wife, but she was being exploited by the Dragon Emperor. Although her life was not in danger, Yun Wanqing's origin source was being depleted by the Dragon Emperor. Human race's sacred master, I have no intention of making things difficult for you, nor will I hurt your wife. Leave now, and I will not pursue your crime of trespassing here. His voice was extremely calm. However, for him to be able to say such words was already a form of compromise. If it wasn't for Su Yan's strength being strong enough to threaten him, he would have already taken action and killed him. Hee, how arrogant of you. Pursue my crime? Su Yan's face was gloomy. He released his aura directly, and the powerful energy caused the dragon's tomb to riot. His attitude was very obvious. He would not let this matter rest. These dragons were too arrogant. They thought that they could dominate everything. They had already thought of themselves as the masters of the world. Do you want to fight? This emperor has already said that I won't harm your wife's life. Is that not enough? You have to know that once you trigger a change in the dragon tomb, even if you are a saint venerable, the locals will definitely kill you. His voice rumbled, boundlessly loud. At this moment, Su Yan's body suddenly moved, and he disappeared from the spot. Oh no! Dragon Emperor Hilton immediately realized that something was wrong. He immediately released his energy to seal the surrounding space. However, Su Yan wasn't using the space technique. Instead, he was using the regal sword escape technique. The teleportation light was too fast, and it had already surpassed the limits of space. The moment he released his energy, he had already arrived beside Yun Wanqing and the others. "You've been wronged. Come with me now." He did not say anything, and he directly released a wave of energy. The energy surged and shrouded everyone. "Stay here." Dragon Emperor Hilton released her dragon aura at this moment. It was extremely difficult for him to dissolve that energy alone. However, the cloudy mist technique that Yun Wanqing and the people of the Heaven and Earth organization had performed could greatly suppress that evil energy and at the same time allow him to recover from his injuries. As long as he had more time, he would be able to completely remove the injuries in his body. As long as his strength was restored, there was nothing to fear in the world. But now, Su Yan had saved these people. To him, this was something that he could not accept. Therefore, at this moment, he directly made a move and wanted to repel Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's energy translation. Su Yan's translation. After another moment, his body disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared in the next moment, he had already returned to where he was. Yun Wanqing and the others were naturally kept in his small world. At this moment, Su Yan had no intention of staying in this place. This was because he knew very well that fighting with the powerful dragon clan in this place was simply a stupid thing to do. There was an aura in the depths of this dragon graveyard that made him feel extremely uneasy. Therefore, at this moment, he directly headed outside. "Stop him!" Dragon Emperor Hilton immediately roared, and a powerful and terrifying energy chased after him. As he roared, it seemed that the entire dragon graveyard began to shake. The violent energy surged, and it was extremely terrifying. However, Su Yan's speed was too fast. Even if he was powerful, it seemed that he could not catch up to Su Yan at this moment. However, at this moment, there was no way he could let Su Yan leave just like that. Fortunately, at this moment, the 7 Dragon Kings finally arrived. "Set up the dragon formation and kill this guy," Brigadier said directly. Su Yan's previous attack had made him lose face. In addition, he and Su Yan had long been enemies. At this moment, his powerful energy directly emerged, and the violent energy directly attacked Su Yan. He wanted to directly kill Su Yan and completely destroy him. This place was actually extremely disadvantageous for Su Yan because this place was too enclosed and could not be used at all. "Well, I haven't had a good battle since I became a sacred venerate. You reptiles are too much." Su Yan's sacred venerate power had been fully unleashed at this moment. At this moment, a demonic shadow suddenly appeared behind his body. The true demonic shadow. Back in the shadow world, his physical body had dissipated, and this demonic shadow had also disappeared without a trace. However, at this moment, Su Yan had become a sacred venerate and defied the heavens to be resurrected, and this demonic shadow also directly condensed at this time. The infinite demon body manifested, and its terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Supreme True Demon Sword. At this moment, Su Yan directly stimulated his power, and the most terrifying aura condensed at this moment. Such a violent power directly manifested at this moment, and the most violent aura reached an extremely terrifying level at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power was really terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, his power was rolling, and the endless power and aura reached an extreme level. The dragon's tomb had always been extremely quiet and peaceful, but today was destined to be different. The 7 Dragon Kings finally condensed their attack. They spat out their dragon breaths and then gathered together. Although they were only Dragon Kings, when their power gathered, the terrifying aura that erupted was almost incomparably powerful and could completely contend against the Dragon Emperor. This was a qualitative change. Why did the Dragon Clan always have 7 Dragon Kings? That was because there was a dragon language divine incantation bestowed by the dragon god. Only when the 7 Dragon Kings gathered together, this dragon language divine incantation could erupt with the most powerful power. At this moment, the violent and terrifying power was constantly rioting, and the boundless power was like a torrential rain. Su Yan's infinite demon body did not retreat in the face of this attack and directly punched out. At this moment, Su Yan was really violent to the extreme. His figure was constantly flickering, and his powerful and terrifying power was so terrifying. At this moment, the power of darkness directly manifested, and the terrifying power of the dragon language divine incantation condensed by the 7 dragon kings was directly shattered by Su Yan's punch. Bullshit dragon language divine incantation, go to hell. At this moment, Su Yan directly roared, and then his power rushed to the extreme, completely destroying all the aura. You guys want to stop me from leaving too? After becoming a sacred venerate, Su Yan simply had an aura of invincibility. However, at this moment, Dragon Emperor Hilton's power also arrived. Damned guy, I want you to stay in the dragon's tomb and suffer for generations to come. At this moment, his power manifested, and the most terrifying aura directly sank down. Such a berserk power was truly lawless at this time. Everything that was violent at this moment was incomparably terrifying. The infinite demon body's power was extremely strong, but Hilton's attack was definitely not weak either. Supreme Nirvana Slash. At this moment, Su Yan directly unfolded the Taiji sword, and then the terrifying sword chi condensed again. Dragon Emperor, although your battle strength is terrifying, it won't be so easy to defeat me. At this moment, his power directly manifested, and the most terrifying aura directly rolled out at this moment. At this moment, endless power appeared, and this power was really terrifying to the extreme. In the dragon's tomb, the most terrifying disaster seemed to be about to erupt. At this moment, Dragon Emperor Hilton angrily roared, "God's descent." At this moment, he actually directly used the forbidden power. Human sacred venerate, I have to admit that you are strong, but this is the dragon's tomb, and you can't be so presumptuous. At this moment, Su Yan frowned, because at this moment he felt a familiar and powerful power, the power of the dragon god. Summon the power of the dragon god. Back then, he had already seen the power of the dragon god, and it was extremely powerful and terrifying. At this time, although his strength had increased greatly, he was not confident that he could completely defeat it. That's right, it is the power of the dragon god. In the dragon's tomb, the price to summon the power of the great dragon god is much lower. Do you think that the dragon's tomb is so easy to break into? Great dragon of destruction, descend, and directly kill the person who blasphemes the dragon clan. Hilton was also decisive. After fighting with Su Yan, he immediately knew that with his current state, he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat Su Yan, and Su Yan would escape. However, he absolutely could not allow this to happen, so at this time, he directly summoned the dragon god. The powerful power of the dragon of destruction began to descend. At this time, the power that was summoned was far more powerful compared to when they were in the outside world. A terrifying dragon claw appeared above Su Yan's head and directly pressed down. It was unreasonable and overbearing to the extreme. This power was about to directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan was no longer the same as before. Now, he was a powerful sacred venerate. Unless the real dragon god descends, I will not be afraid. At this moment, Su Yan directly connected to the power of the small world, and in an instant his power became even stronger. In the small world, the power of the dark ink lotus burned directly. Dark ink lotus armor, appear. The dark ink lotus was the object of the dark war god, but it fell into Su Yan's small world and was suppressed by Su Yan with the revered sword soul. At the same time, it was refined day and night, and at this time, it had become Su Yan's treasure. When the dark ink lotus armor appeared, Su Yan's aura changed. The power of darkness became even more intense. Sovereign of Darkness record, Dark Extinction. Su Yan used the Sovereign of Darkness record again, condensing it with the revered sword cannon as the core. It simply broke a rule and displayed an extremely powerful power of darkness. Chapter 1340. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Slaying the Dragon Emperor. Such a terrifying power directly clashed with the terrifying dragon claw of the Dragon of Destruction. Woo woo woo. Countless wails were heard. Those were the wails of the dragon's resentment. It was unknown how many remnant wills of the dragon race had gathered in this place. These remnant wills continued to gather at this time and finally turned into a terrifying dragon's resentment. If an ordinary existence had entered this place, they would have been torn apart by these powerful dragons' resentments. However, these dragons' resentments were nothing to Su Yan. Su Yan's strength had long exceeded imagination. His strength was too terrifying. At the sacred venerate level, he was invincible. At this time, even the power of the dragon god of destruction appeared. The will of the dragon god of destruction was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Every time this will appeared, it was incomparably powerful. Back then, that power fell directly. If not for Su Yan's special means, he would have died long ago. The first time, Su Yan used the will of the great demonic dragon to fight against it. The second time, he used the power of the great demonic god lord. During those 2 times, Su Yan could not compare to this will at all. However, as time passed, Su Yan's improvement was too fast. This was the 3rd time he met this will. This time, Su Yan would not rely on other forces to fight against the will of the dragon god. He wanted to defeat the dragon god with his own strength. At this moment, his aura suddenly swelled, and the violent power almost reached an unimaginable level. The terrifying power was endless. At this moment, the strongest power had reached the most terrifying peak. At that moment, the world was overshadowed. Endless power surged at this time, and the violent aura immediately reached the peak. Therefore, under this attack, all the dragon's resentment wailed. This was because even the will of the dragon god could not do anything to Su Yan. Dragon god of destruction, unless your true body descends, you can dream on if you want to defeat me with just a will. At this moment, Su Yan directly moved. The power of the dark ink lotus directly emerged. At this moment, Su Yan was no longer the same as before. Fighting with the will of the dragon god gave him an indescribable sense of joy. Perhaps it was because the power from back then was too heavy for him. At this moment, the terrifying aura was still surging. The most terrifying power kept flashing at this moment. It was a kind of spiritual translation. Regardless of the dragon god of destruction, Su Yan at this moment, dragon god of destruction, because he had dared to face his will. His will. Even though this opponent was so terrifying, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he defied the heavens and fought with him. The dragon's dragon god of Lin's was the dragon god of death. At this moment, the dragon emperor dragon translation with dragon translation with dragon translation dragon translation translation dragon translation. The dragon god of death's will was comparable to that of a powerful dragon emperor. Together with Hilton, there were 2 dragon emperors. The combined power of the 7 dragon kings was comparable to that of a powerful dragon emperor. In this way, there were 3 dragon emperors. At this moment, Su Yan was facing 3 powerful dragon emperors. That was not all. At this moment, Su Yan still had to face the suppression of the dragon's tomb. However, Su Yan did not show the slightest bit of fear, nor did he have any intention of retreating. The dragon race is indeed powerful, but I won't back down. I'd like to see if you can kill me today. The Taiji sword directly floated beside Su Yan. At this moment, his power had reached its peak. At this moment, he was facing this terrifying power, but he did not back down at all. Dragon race, do you really think you can dominate the world? You're just a bunch of worms. At this moment, Su Yan directly mocked, leaving no mercy. In fact, they were enemies, so there was no meaning in leaving any mercy. At this moment, his power surged. Supreme sword teleportation. He shouted softly. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, he was already in front of Hilton. Supreme nirvana slash. His power erupted once again. The terrifying power rushed out. Such an aura was simply terrifying. How dare you? At this moment, Hilton was infuriated. Su Yan's actions were clearly treating him as a pushover. However, what kind of existence was he? A powerful dragon emperor. Even if he was injured now, he should not be bullied by a mere human. Dragon Light Destruction. At this moment, he blasted out an attack. A terrifying power rolled out at this time, and the powerful aura had already reached the limit at this time. Endless power spiraled up at this moment. This was the most powerful attack. At this moment, all the power in the sky was condensing. Su Yan's gaze was constantly circling at this moment. I'm going to kill you. This was Su Yan's declaration. At this moment, there was no meaning in retreating. The only thing left was to kill the other party. At this moment, his power collided with Hilton's attack. The most terrifying power was constantly manifesting at this moment. At this moment, the terrifying power had reached its limit. At this moment, the gaze of darkness fell into the abyss. At this moment, the world seemed to have lost its shadow. However, at this moment, the 7 dragon kings and the dragon gods will struck at the same time. Their power was also extremely strong. Even Su Yan could not ignore them. Su Yan's infinite demon body rushed out at this moment, blocking the power of the 7 dragon kings. As for the dragon god's will, Su Yan ignored it. Damn it! Dragon Emperor Hilton's attack was actually suppressed by Su Yan. However, Su Yan ignored the power of the dragon god's will. He obviously wanted to exchange injury for injury. The body of the dragon clan was supposed to be extremely strong, let alone a dragon emperor. However, Su Yan's body was even stronger. After being reborn in the shadow world, his body had already reached a terrifying level. The power of the demon god's heart was directly integrated into his body. It was the same for the power of the ancestor Buter. Moreover, Su Yan's body was covered with the Black Lotus armor at this moment. Most importantly, Su Yan knew clearly that Dragon Emperor Hilton would definitely not exchange injury for injury with him at this moment. This was because there was an evil curse in his body. If he was not mistaken, the power of this curse came from the 9 underworlds. It was a terrifying power of death. Therefore, even the Dragon Emperor could not withstand such power. He had no choice but to use the Cloudy Mist skill to expel it. At this moment, Su Yan wanted to trigger the evil power in Hilton's body and kill him directly. Roar! The Dragon Emperor roared. However, he still chose to retreat at this moment. This was because if he did not retreat at this moment, his power would be directly shattered. At this moment, Su Yan's power sank again. The power of darkness sank into the shadows at this moment. The endless aura was constantly changing at this moment. An extremely terrifying power manifested at this moment. The aura of darkness had already begun to sink gradually. Fist of Darkness. After using the Supreme Nirvana Rend, Su Yan blasted out the Fist of Darkness again. He wanted to use the power of darkness to trigger the evil power. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor directly let out a painful roar. He barely blocked Su Yan's power. However, he could not completely block the Fist of Darkness after that. This allowed the power to directly rush into his body. Under the destruction of such power, he was on the verge of collapse. Even he could no longer endure such pain. In the end, the evil power was drawn out. At this moment, Su Yan opened his eyes. He immediately saw an extremely terrifying ghost face in the Dragon Emperor's body. It's actually a terrifying ghost. To be able to cause the Dragon Emperor so much pain, this ghost's strength was evident. However, this was a good thing for Su Yan at this moment. If the ghost's strength was not strong, Su Yan's current situation would be even more dangerous. At this moment, he directly used his power to overturn everything. Su Yan's power was constantly roaring. The terrifying attack had simply reached its peak at this moment. The light of darkness turned into the most terrifying smoke at this moment and suppressed directly. Such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Endless light flashed at this moment. The most terrifying power between heaven and earth began to gradually disappear. Hilton, do you know that the moment you made a move on my lover, you were already destined to die? Su Yan did not have the slightest scruple. At this moment, he directly attacked to kill the Dragon Emperor. The Taiji sword released the most terrifying light at this moment. The power of darkness had already reached its peak. Boundless power continued to rise at this moment. The power of heaven and earth seemed to have been triggered by Su Yan's attack at this moment. No. Great Dragon God, save me. Hilton was originally not this weak. However, at this moment, the evil power in his body was triggered and immediately caused him unbearable pain. It was also at this moment that Su Yan directly attacked. Su Yan's power of darkness and the evil power seemed to be able to resonate with each other. To him, this was a complete disaster. It was really unimaginable that such a terrifying light would explode directly at this moment. All the power condensed at this moment and turned into the most terrifying light of destruction. Chapter 1341. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The descent of the dragon godless darkness continued to appear at this moment. The most terrifying light flickered continuously at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Emperor had entered the most critical moment. He had no chance of turning the tables with his own strength. Therefore, he could only pray to the great Dragon God and hope that the powerful Dragon God could save him. The Dragon God did not disappoint him. Fortunately, the battlefield he chose was in the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb seemed to have an extremely powerful force that could communicate with the Dragon God very well. At this time, the power of the Dragon God of Destruction suddenly became stronger, and his will almost condensed into a physical body. Between the heavens and the earth, the most terrifying aura continued to spiral at this moment, like a whirlwind. The most terrifying power flickered at this time, and the endless light had reached its peak. Die. The Dragon God manifested to stop Su Yan. As expected, you are finally going to condense a physical body at this time? However, I have just said that unless you really come with your true body, you can't do anything to me. At this moment, Su Yan was so overbearing. Even in the face of this terrifying power, he was not willing to back down. His aura directly manifested at this time, and the powerful and terrifying power almost reached its peak at this moment. The boundless power turned into a terrifying whirlwind and directly hit his body. Sword of the Laws, kill. At this time, Su Yan directly unleashed his most powerful attack, the Sword of the Laws. The power of the laws of decay, the power of the laws of darkness, the laws of flame, the laws of ice. The power of the laws that Su Yan mastered constantly emerged at this time and then condensed to the extreme. As soon as this Sword of the Laws appeared, it was condensed to the extreme. At this moment, the boundless power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The aura of darkness rolled at this time. Boundless power appeared at this moment. The power of heaven and earth flashed at this time. The most terrifying power had begun to sentence the Dragon Emperor to death. After the Dragon Gods were condensed into a physical body, the power that blasted out directly hit Su Yan's body. However, Su Yan did not waver at all. He still slashed out his power and killed Dragon Emperor Hilton directly. No! Dragon Emperor Hilton let out his last cry before death. At this moment, the 7 Dragon Kings saw this scene and all of them felt their scalps go numb. That was the powerful Dragon Emperor. Back then, under his leadership, they even dared to scheme against the Godslayer sword. But at this moment, this mighty Dragon Emperor was actually killed by Su Yan. At this moment, the most terrifying light emerged from the Dragon Tomb, heading straight for Dragon Emperor Hilton's corpse. Legend has it that the Dragon Tomb has a miraculous power and can even allow the powerful dragon race. However, since I have paid such a huge price Dragon Emperor Hilton, how can I let Dragon Emperor Hilton? At this moment, Su Yan immediately understood. It seemed that the powerful power was going to allow this terrifying Dragon Emperor to complete his reincarnation. However, Su Yan had taken the attack head-on and killed Dragon Emperor Hilton. How could he give him the chance to kill Dragon Emperor Hilton? After all, after taking the attack of the Dragon God's will, even Dragon Emperor Hilton had suffered serious injuries. Small world collect. At this moment, Su Yan opened up his small world. A terrifying devouring power came and started to devour Dragon Emperor Hilton's soul and body. In this way, Dragon Emperor Hilton completely lost the possibility of being reincarnated. However, Su Yan was not satisfied with this. All the dragon's resentment, return to my small world. He shouted. At this moment, He wanted to devour all the dragon's resentment in this place. This was really daring. It was challenging the dragon race's bottom line. At the same time, his cloudy mist technique was activated to the extreme. The moment he stepped into the Saint Venerate, Su Yan's cloudy mist technique was the most powerful healing ability in this world. At this moment, a silent roar was heard. When the roar first appeared, it was like a muffled thunder. Such a terrifying power rolled in at this moment. The terrifying aura had reached an extreme level at this moment. The power of darkness had become incomparably dense. It was the most powerful power, and the endless power of destruction appeared. Speaking of the power of destruction, Su Yan had already comprehended the power of destruction from the Shura king, Lord of Destruction, when he was in the world of Shura. That was an extremely powerful and extreme power. However, compared to the power of destruction in front of him, the difference was too great. There was no comparison at all. Is it finally going to descend? Su Yan's eyes reflected an extremely terrifying light. It was also a high fighting spirit, because he knew that at this time, the dragon god of destruction was finally going to descend. Even the Dragon King was an extremely precious existence to the dragon race. Not to mention, today, he had killed a dragon emperor. At this time, he was even going to devour the dragon's resentment in the dragon tomb. In this way, the great dragon of destruction was finally going to appear from the mysterious unknown place. Lowly human, you are provoking the dignity of the dragon god. Bolts of lightning appeared one after another. It was the most terrifying eternal lightning. The appearance of such power meant that the true body of the dragon of destruction was beginning to appear. At this time, Su Yan was incomparably solemn. He knew that he was about to face the most powerful opponent, the dragon of destruction. At this time, the dragon tomb began to tremble. All the dragon's resentment was boiling. At this time, the dragon's resentment was not fear. Now the aura was surging. Between heaven and earth, the most powerful power had begun to condense to the extreme. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability. At this time, all the power in the small world had been revealed. In the past, he would not have dared to show the power of the small world in front of such a terrifying existence. But at this time, he was no longer afraid. Because he was strong enough. The small world had become his fighting force. At this time, in the small world, the regal sword codex turned into a scorching sun. It directly released endless light, illuminating Su Yan's spirit. At this time, his power showed signs of increasing again. At this time, the Taiji sword had been completely burned and released by him. Are you also starting to boil? That Godslayer sword is said to have killed gods. In that case, we are not too far apart. So what if it's the dragon god? Just kill him. At this time, Su Yan was simply ferocious. Endless power was displayed at this time. The powerful power was simply inexhaustible. Heaven and earth were only separated by this boundary. The dragon god descended, and his powerful and terrifying eyes directly stared at Su Yan. Different from what he imagined, his body was not even huge, but he was the most perfect existence in this world, and also the most terrifying power. At this time, the power of destruction was constantly rolling. You killed my dragon clan, die. These simple words had already sentenced Su Yan to death. This was the incomparably overbearing dragon of destruction. At this time, Su Yan's entire body was incomparably heavy. It was as if he had just started cultivating, but he was carrying an unimaginable weight on his body. As expected, you are very powerful. At this time, Su Yan only realized the gap between him and the dragon god. The power of a god was indeed terrifying. Do you think you can fight against me just because you have become a holy sage? I remember you. I saw the power of that traitor in you. Do you know that you are too stupid? The dragon of destruction only spoke quietly, but every word seemed to have an extremely heavy pressure, making Su Yan feel as if he could not breathe. You shouldn't have forced me to come out ahead of time. Although coming out ahead of time is an enormous loss for me, and my power is unable to reach its peak, it is still too easy for me to kill you. At this time, he did not take Su Yan seriously at all. Such a powerful force directly suppressed Su Yan, and the power of destruction seemed to be eroding him at all times. This made Su Yan extremely painful. At this time, the 7 Dragon Kings directly prostrated themselves. They were powerful Dragon Kings, but they were also believers of the Dragon God. Now, their great god had finally descended, which made the entire Dragon clan extremely excited. This time, that traitor will not appear. I am not afraid to tell you that his resurrection plan has long been under our control. It is impossible for him to return to this world again. So now you can go first. At this time, he gently waved his claws. The most terrifying power directly condensed at this moment. If this power fell, Su Yan would not be able to block it. Su Yan also knew this in his heart. However, at this time, a teasing voice was heard. Hee hee kid, every time I see you, you are so embarrassed. When this voice appeared, the pressure on Su Yan's body became lighter. Then the voice sounded again, "Ah, you rotten old things, do you like to bully young people the most? Ha, this is too funny. However, Dragon of Destruction, do you really think you are invincible?" At this moment, a force directly entered from the outside, and then broke through the powerful aura of the Dragon of Destruction. Then, it came to Su Yan's side. "Yo, long time no see. Although you are embarrassed, you have become so powerful at this time. This is really surprising." Su Yan looked at the guy in front of him. Chapter 1342. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Even Su Yan, who had become a sacred venerate, was no match for the Dragon God. The Dragon God's power was terrifying. His aura flickered and suppressed Su Yan to the point where he could not breathe. If this continued, Su Yan might be killed today. After all, the power of a god was still too strong. However, things took a turn for the worse. The God-Slayer sword appeared. Back in the Shura realm, the God-Slayer sword had left as if it had something important to do. Now it had finally returned. The current God-slaying sword was many times stronger than it was back then. That terrifying aura permeated the air at this moment, displaying his terrifying majesty. Even with the Dragon God's aura suppressing it, it still managed to break through. The moment it appeared, the Dragon of Destruction's terrifying aura had been reduced by half. God-Slayer. At this moment, even the Dragon of Destruction revealed an extremely solemn aura. No one could ignore the God-Slayer sword, not even someone as powerful as him. That was because the God-Slayer sword was too terrifying. Its battle record was too glorious. Why was it called the God-Slayer sword? It was because it had once killed a god. Moreover, it was a powerful god that had merged with heaven's will. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword's power might not have fully recovered. However, as long as it existed, its deterrence could not be ignored. God-Slayer sword, could it be that you want to help that kid? The Dragon of Destruction asked directly. Naturally, he was wary of the God-Slayer sword. However, this fear did not reach the level of fear. After entering, Su Yan had acted so presumptuously and killed a powerful dragon emperor right in front of him. To the Dragon clan, this was a huge loss. At this moment, the world had changed. The ambitions of the 3 dragon gods were about to be carried out. A dragon emperor's usefulness was immeasurable. However, it had been killed directly. God-Slayer chuckled and said, "Firstly, I really do want to help this kid. Secondly, I really do hate you, reptile." Deity-slaying sword's words were so overbearing that he didn't leave any room for negotiation. He had always been like this, powerful and domineering. At this moment, no matter how good-tempered the Dragon of Destruction was, it was impossible for him to compromise with the God-Slayer sword. Besides, he had never been a good-tempered person. At this time, Su Yan's power began to flicker. His aura landed directly on the God-Slayer sword. Back then, Su Yan had almost become the scabbard of the God-Slayer sword. No matter what, there was already a tacit understanding between the two parties. Not bad. You've already become a holy sovereign. You're qualified to fight alongside me. His words were filled with a strong sense of goodwill, and then his power directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, his power was displayed directly. The most violent power had reached an extremely terrifying level. At this time, the power of darkness surged, and an endless aura manifested. No need to talk nonsense, you reptile. Let's fight. If you have the ability, then kill me. The God-Slayer's sword directly merged into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan's aura changed, and his will reached the most terrifying level. Such a berserk power was many times stronger than what he had displayed before. At this time, the terrifying aura continued to fluctuate. Arrogant. The dragon of destruction directly attacked. At this time, he would not give Su Yan any more chances. At this time, his power was displayed directly. Such power surged, and the power of destruction once again suppressed Su Yan. Utmost exalted void. At this moment, Su Yan unleashed another attack. This was a power he had never used before, because in the past, Su Yan's strength was not enough to use this move. At this time, when he merged with the God-Slayer sword again, his power had broken a certain limit, and this move finally appeared. Such power surged, and the power of destruction dissipated under this attack. This place is too quiet. Let's go somewhere else. At this time, Su Yan directly used the Supreme Sword teleportation and went out of the dragon's tomb. Don't even think about escaping. The power of the dragon of destruction directly followed him. At this time, he would never let Su Yan escape. If Su Yan left the dragon's tomb and then went on a killing spree on Dragon Island, this was not what he wanted to see. This dragon's tomb was indeed an extremely mysterious place. After the power of the dragon of destruction was activated, a power directly emerged and wrapped Su Yan. Then, a cage began to appear. Since you're here, then don't leave. You'll die here. Also, God-Slayer sword, do you think you're still the God-Slayer sword in the hands of the Lord of Heaven? The dragon of destruction snorted coldly and then used all his power. At this time, his aura was extremely strong. Ha, worm, the three of you want to become immortal and even want to challenge the 5 great kings, but in the end, your vitality was greatly damaged by the younger generation of your own clan. At this time, you still dare to talk nonsense. What a joke. The God-Slayer's sword directly counterattacked. Back then, the dragon of destruction, the dragon of eternity, and the dragon of time, the 3 dragon gods were extremely powerful. When they existed at the same time, it was almost the peak of the dragon clan. At that time, they even wanted to reverse the heavens and become the world will of the infinite world. However, the appearance of the great demonic dragon caught them off guard. Then, they were directly lost in the great battle. However, the 3 dragon gods were obviously unwilling to give up just like that, so they planned for many years. In fact, the God-Slayer's sword actually knew that it was not time for the 3 dragon gods to appear at this time. Their plan was not completely successful. However, this time, Su Yan was so aggressive that the dragon of destruction had no choice but to appear. You 3 wretched old worms, do you really think that I don't know that you want to stop the great demonic dragon from reviving and then devour his origin? It's funny to say that this dragon tomb has actually become your private property. The powerful dragon souls of the entire dragon clan are buried in the dragon tomb. But you want to devour all of them and then reach the pinnacle of your strength. Why did the great demonic dragon go against you back then and even be regarded as a traitor by you? It was because he discovered your conspiracy. The God-Slayer sword was almost omniscient and directly said these things. At this time, Su Yan also finally understood why the great demonic dragon became a traitor of the dragon clan. In that case, it's not the great demonic dragon who betrayed us, but these 3 old guys, Su Yan said directly at this time. The great demonic dragon betrayed the 3 of them, but the 3 of them betrayed the entire dragon clan. However, the living dragon clan did not know this at all. Instead, they regarded the great demonic dragon as a traitor of the dragon clan. Even the black dragon was regarded as a disgrace by the dragon clan. You talk too much nonsense. We want to reverse the heavens and restore the glory of the dragon race. What's the point of sacrificing those dead undead? Even those living dragons should make sacrifices for the future. The dragon clan was really a selfish race. For the sake of their own ambitions, they did not even care about the lives of their own kind. Even in their words, they were so righteous. Hi, idiot, I just like to talk. Kill me if you can. The God-Slayer's sword directly retorted. Then, Su Yen directly cooperated with the God-Slayer's sword, and another force directly appeared. This sword was not aimed at the Dragon of Destruction. Instead, it rushed toward the 7 Dragon Kings. First, I'll kill these 7 little worms. Damn it, back then, they actually dared to scheme against me. The God-Slayer's sword was obviously a person who held a grudge. Back then, he was schemed against by the 7 Dragon Kings, which was the greatest humiliation to him. A mere Dragon Emperor and 7 Dragon Kings had schemed against him. This made God-Slayer lose face. At this moment, light flashed in his eyes. That most terrifying power had reached its peak at this time. Su Yan's murderous intent spread out and formed a visible network. Damn it! The Dragon of Destruction roared. The Dragon Emperor was already dead, and even his soul was taken into Su Yan's small world. He could not let this Dragon King die again. His power of destruction blocked the network directly, and then he shouted, "Leave this place." The Dragon Clan was naturally extremely powerful, but it was not easy for them to grow. If the 7 Dragon Kings were killed by Su Yen and the God-Slayer sword, it would have a huge impact on his plan. At this time, the 7 Dragon Kings were actually terrified. When facing other enemies, they were extremely powerful, high and mighty, and looked down on others as ants. However, at this time, Su Yen was stronger than them. This was the cruel reality. Therefore, at this time, they had become the prey. Now, in order to survive, they had to leave this place. Otherwise, in the battle between Su Yen and the Dragon of Destruction, they would only be a burden. "Ha, you want to leave now?" Su Yen laughed loudly, and his gaze fell directly on Bugadier. They were all old enemies, and at this time, there was no need to be polite. At this time, his power surged, and another sword aura appeared. Su Yan's strength was already very terrifying, and killing a Dragon King was no problem at all. At this time, the God-Slayer's sword and him merged, and his strength broke through the limit. Even a powerful Dragon of Destruction could not do anything. Therefore, the power of this sword was unimaginable. The speed of the sword aura was so fast that it had reached Bugadier's side in an instant. Block it. At this time, the Dragon of Destruction condensed the power of the Dragon Tomb and turned it into a light shield. Chapter 1343. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. However, at this moment, Su Yen laughed and said, "Old worm, I'll keep them alive for now. I'll come back another day." When the power of the Dragon's Tomb condensed into a shield of light, the suppression on Su Yen naturally weakened. At this moment, Su Yen directly turned the blade of his sword and slashed open a gap. He directly charged into the gap and left the Dragon's Tomb. Both Su Yen and the God-Slayer's sword knew very well that they were no match for the God-Slayer's sword at this moment, especially when they were in the Dragon's Tomb. This Dragon's Tomb had existed since time immemorial. It was definitely not just a place with commemorative meaning. During the battle just now, Su Yen and the God-Slayer's sword had actually already noticed that the terrifying will in this place was getting stronger and stronger. The terrifying aura almost drowned them directly. It was just that at that time, the feeling was still very shallow. Of course, it was not because the power in this place was insufficient, but because it was suppressed by the Dragon of Destruction. It wanted to erupt this terrifying power in an instant and deal a fatal blow to the two of them. The Dragon of Destruction could be said to be sinister. However, Su Yen and the God-Slayer sword had both experienced countless battles and fought with many powerful existences. Therefore, they were extremely sensitive to danger. Damn it, God-Slayer sword, you actually ran away at this time. How embarrassing! At this moment, his will directly descended, and the powerful aura of the Dragon of Destruction enveloped them. At the same time, his words directly pierced Su Yen and the God-Slayer sword's hearts. "Ah, old worm, you don't even feel embarrassed about sneaking up on the younger generation. What do I have to be afraid of? TSK, you piece of trash. If you have the ability, let's fight outside the Dragon's Tomb." The God-Slayer sword responded to the Dragon of Destruction. The God-Slayer sword's power was already extremely strong, but Su Yen felt that the God-Slayer sword's skin was even more terrifying. His skin was so thick that it was unparalleled in the world. At this time, if the Dragon of Destruction wanted to use words to provoke the God-Slayer sword, wouldn't it be a joke? Haha, after I get out, I'll capture the dragon descendants with the most potential and roast them. Not only that, I'll hold a dragon banquet so that everyone can eat dragon meat. The God-Slayer sword, the Dragon of Chaos Island translation, the Dragon of Destruction translation, the God-Slayer sword's words, but his words at this moment, the Dragon of Destruction was almost angered to death. At this moment, the dragon's dragon translation of the dragon translation of dragon translation roar. Roar, countless dragon roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Such a power was simply incomparably powerful. That terrifying power directly descended at this moment, and the most terrifying power gathered at this moment. At this time, the dark aura was extremely powerful. The endless power of light was constantly changing at this time, as if it had turned into a terrifying shadow. Such power could almost devour everything. The most powerful and special power was simply unimaginable. That terrifying aura continued to manifest at this time, turning into a terrifying shadow. Damn it, Su Yan, let's go quickly. After leaving the dragon's tomb, the God-Slayer sword saw this and immediately cursed. This dragon island is not simple. There is an unimaginable great power in it. Perhaps it was set up by the ancestral dragon of the dragon clan. The dragon's roar is to stimulate this kind of power. At this time, Su Yan still did not understand the meaning of the two words ancestral dragon. However, to be able to make the God-Slayer sword so nervous, this was obviously a very terrifying power. This time, the reason he came here was to save people. His goal had been achieved. In this case, leaving Dragon Island was not a big deal. Okay. At this time, Su Yan's regal sword teleportation reached its limit in an instant, and then flew to an extremely distant place. In fact, at this time, on Dragon Island, dense space defenses had been set up. At this time, space travel was almost impossible to use. However, at this time, Su Yan was using the regal sword teleportation, not the space escape technique. Although the regal sword teleportation was not a means of space travel, in short bursts, it was more terrifying than space travel. When they left the range of Dragon Island, the God-Slayer sword immediately began to observe Su Yan. You're really amazing. I can't feel the layout of those guys on your body. You can actually break free from fate. You're really amazing. Originally, it thought that Su Yan could reach the peak of the Emperor realm. It even thought that Su Yan might have already fallen. Then he became someone else's chess piece. However, it did not expect that Su Yan could change so much. Not only was he still alive, but he even broke free from its control and became a new person. It's just luck. I really did almost die. Su Yan smiled bitterly. His experience in the shadow world was indeed extremely dangerous. If there was the slightest mistake, he would have died completely. However, it was fortunate that he had managed to pull through. Moreover, he had profited from this disaster. He had managed to survive amidst death, allowing himself to reach an extremely terrifying level. At this time, Su Yan was simply unbelievably powerful. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was directly displayed. That frightening and terrifying strength seemed to have reached the pinnacle. The power of darkness and the Black Lotus battle armor began to fade. The power of the Dark War God? Damn, you really know how to provoke people. You even provoked that guy. The God-Slayer sword was shocked. Su Yan did not comment. A lot of trouble comes to me. However, since trouble has come to me, I won't be afraid. I'll just face it. Su Yan's answer was very calm. At this point, he was no longer the Su Yan of the past. Ah, that's right. But this time, that guy, the Dragon of Destruction, will probably be so angry that he's sick. Hee, it's really satisfying. I really want to go back and see his face at this time. The God-Slayer sword laughed, but then it said, Su Yan, don't underestimate the 3 dragon gods because of this. The Dragon of Destruction just now may have only displayed 70% of his strength at most. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. If the Godslayer sword had not arrived at the critical moment, he probably would not have been a match for the other party. However, at this time, the Godslayer sword said that the other party may have only displayed 70% of his strength. What kind of concept was this? Senior, did you just say that the 3 dragon gods are attacking the great demonic dragon? If it were not for the Godslayer sword, Su Yan would not have known about the grudges of the dragon race at this time. Yes, as I said before, the 3 dragon gods are ambitious. They want to reverse the will of heaven and become eternal overlords, but their ambitions are huge and their strength is insufficient. At the very least, they are not a match for the 5 lords of heaven. In order to make their strength reach the strongest level, they have the idea of using the dragon tomb. Almost all the pure-blooded dragons will return to the dragon tomb after death. This is not only a kind of spiritual sustenance, but also a way to use their dragon soul to nourish the dragon tomb and continue the luck of the entire dragon race. The dragon race has existed for too long. Even I don't know how long it has been, so the power in it is almost unimaginable. Even if it were the 3 dragon gods, it would be impossible to extract all the power from it and absorb it into their own bodies. Therefore, they began to make secret arrangements. However, the great demonic dragon appeared out of nowhere. This guy is extremely talented, and he can even threaten the 3 dragon gods. He also knew the purpose of the 3 dragon gods, so he naturally became a thorn in their side. They wanted to kill the great demonic dragon, but they did not expect that the great demonic dragon's luck and strength were both heaven-defying. Not only did he not die, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. At this time, he can no longer be killed. The Godslayer sword gloated, but at this time, Su Yan could feel the danger of the great demonic dragon. 1 dragon god was already so powerful, let alone 3 dragon gods. Senior, do you think we should help the great demonic dragon? At this time, Su Yan directly said. Now, he and the dragon race were complete enemies, and there was no room for negotiation between the 2 sides. Therefore, at this time, the enemy of one's enemy was one's friend. Moreover, he did have some karma with the great demonic dragon, so this was the perfect time to help. Are you sure you want to help the great demonic dragon? However, do you know where the great demonic dragon is? The Godslayer sword asked directly. Su Yan was speechless for a moment. Indeed, although he knew that the great demonic dragon was returning from the netherworld, he did not know the exact location of the great demonic dragon. After all, the netherworld was also an extremely vast world. Even someone as powerful as him could not detect the existence of the netherworld. However, it is not impossible. Among the dragon race, there is an extremely great existence who can calculate the secrets of heaven. As long as you can get him to help, then you may be able to know the whereabouts of the great demonic dragon. The Godslayer sword said directly. At this time, Su Yan's heart moved, and a name appeared in his mind. He immediately blurted out, Senior, are you talking about the Sky's Secret Elder? The Godslayer sword said, Yes, it is the Sky's Secret Elder of the Sky's Secret Pavilion. This branch is really amazing. They also received the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven, and they are extremely powerful in calculating the secrets of heaven. If that guy can help, then this will not be a problem. Chapter 1344. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Back then, he had set up a great formation in the Heavenly Cloud sect. However, that great formation had still been broken. Only the most powerful people could break it. No matter how great the formation was, it was useless. Therefore, it was better to just let Yun Wanqing and the others suffer and live in Su Yan's small world. Fortunately, Su Yan's small world had evolved the power of the sun and the moon. Although it could not be compared to a real great world, it was enough to support the Heaven and Earth organization. Senior, you know where the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is, right? Su Yan asked. The Godslayer sword chuckled and said, Since I made this suggestion, of course I know where the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is. Let's go, I'll show you the way. As soon as he finished speaking, a star chart appeared in Su Yan's knowledge sea. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is actually there. Su Yan was also a little surprised. This place was extremely dangerous. Before the great changes in the 5 counties, this place was actually unknown and ignored by everyone. Later, when the spirit chi in the 5 counties changed, this place directly showed how terrifying it was. This place had a name, and that was the Great Maelstrom. The terrifying maelstrom was connected to the sky and contained unimaginable power. Such an aura was simply endless and immeasurable. When such power was displayed directly, it had a terrifying destructive power. Even sovereigns would die if they got close to it. And the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was actually next to the Great Maelstrom. This was really hard to imagine. The Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets has existed for a very long time. It is the true inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. It would be strange if it didn't have such a method. The God-Slayer sword smiled proudly, as if this was something that he was very proud of. The Heavenly Sage sect was the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven, and the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets was the inheritance of the Lord of Heaven. If he remembered correctly, the Demon Lord said that the Lord of Heaven used the God-Slayer sword to kill Shura Tianyi. However, Su Yan did not ask about the God-Slayer sword. Under the regal sword teleportation technique, distance was no longer a problem. In just a short period of time, Su Yan had already arrived in front of the whirlpool. The terrifying maelstrom was still blowing at this moment. That kind of heart-palpitating power was simply unimaginable. Such a terrifying aura was indescribable. This power continued to circulate, and the aura that was projected from it was simply endless. At this moment, the power of darkness continued to expand. The most terrifying power had reached an extreme level. As Su Yan stood in the middle of the whirlpool, he could feel the ferocious power slicing at his body, as though it was trying to tear him apart. However, at this moment, Su Yan was a powerful holy venerate. Those auras could not get close to him. It was at this time that a huge palace suddenly appeared beside the Great Maelstrom. There was an extremely majestic aura within the palace. It was majestic and vast. Vaguely, it did not lose out to the Dragon Island. As expected, it's still the same. At this moment, the God-Slayer's sword let out a sigh. It seemed to be lamenting the past. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying thunderbolt suddenly brewed beside the maelstrom. What's going on? At this moment, the God-Slayer's sword and Su Yan's expressions changed. This power that suddenly appeared was simply too powerful and too terrifying. From the moment it condensed to the moment it fell, it took only a breath. Oh no, the Tianji Pavilion is in danger. Su Yan immediately realized that this power had descended to deal with the Tianji Pavilion. The power of such an attack almost surpassed the terrifying power of the Dragon of Destruction in the Dragon's Tomb. Su Yan wanted to stop this power from falling. Unfortunately, his power could not get close at all. Such an aura was simply terrifying to an indescribable degree. The thick aura directly soared into the sky, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Damn it! The God-Slayer sword was also furious. It could be seen that it had special feelings for the Tianji Pavilion. The moment that thunderbolt fell, the God-Slayer's sword directly flew out from Su Yan's body. It reverted to its original form and directly slashed down with its terrifying sword. The powerful and terrifying impact rushed towards the thunderbolt. Such an attack was only able to offset a portion of the thunderbolt's power. More of the power continued to fall, directly attacking the Tianji Pavilion. At this moment, the Tianji Pavilion immediately became silent. The Tianji Pavilion, which was originally extremely glorious, was now in such a state. It was simply unimaginable. Damn it, who is it? Damn it. The God-Slayer sword was furious. It was once such a powerful and terrifying existence that it even killed the God of Heaven's will of the world of Shura. However, at this moment, it did not even know who was attacking the Tianji Pavilion. It was simply furious to the extreme. If it found out who was attacking the Tianji Pavilion, it would not care about anything and would destroy everything. Senior, quickly go to the Tianji Pavilion. At this time, Su Yan directly rushed into the Tianji Pavilion. At this time, the huge Tianji Pavilion had been reduced to ruins, and black smoke was still constantly rising. Such power was truly terrifying. It could be seen that the Tianji Pavilion itself had an extremely terrifying formation, But at this time, it was directly destroyed. The power of one person was so strong. The Tianji pavilion was empty, and there was no one inside. There was not even a breath of life. Su Yan quickly spread out his divine consciousness, but it was to no avail. However, just as he was about to give up, a thought radiated out. You guys have finally come. The appearance of this voice surprised both Su Yan and the Godslayer sword. Tianji Zi. The Godslayer sword recognized this voice and directly went into the depths of the Tianji pavilion. In the Tianji pavilion, an old man was sitting cross-legged quietly. At least from the outside, Tianji Zi should be safe and sound. Ha, you old thing are not dead yet? This is great. At this time he almost laughed out loud. Godslayer sword, I trust you have been well. The Tianji elder and the Godslayer sword were indeed acquaintances. I'm not dead yet, I'm not dead yet. The Godslayer sword directly said. However, at this time, the Tianji elder changed the topic. Unfortunately, I'm going to die. He seemed to be teasing the Godslayer sword. The Godslayer sword turned into its human form and said, You little old man, what nonsense are you talking about? He gently patted Tianji Zi's body, but this pat made him stunned. At this time, Tianji Zi's body had turned into nothingness. How can this be? At this time he was really shocked. He actually did not notice that Tianji Zi had changed so much. His whole body had turned into nothingness, and even his breath was gradually disappearing. I know the purpose of your visit. Indeed, the great demonic dragon is extremely important and cannot be allowed to die like this. So, this is the whereabouts of the great demonic dragon that I have divined for you. However, you must be careful, the 3 dragon gods are not to be trifled with. The Tianji elder's voice became extremely weak, as if it would disappear at any time. Actually, from the day the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion came into existence, we were destined to face this calamity. Therefore, you don't have to feel sad. I'm going to follow Master. From the beginning to the end, he did not even glance at Su Yan. At the instant he finished saying those words, he disappeared. Then the entire Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion also disappeared. No. At this moment, the god-slaying sword let out a terrifying roar. He couldn't imagine that an old friend of his would die just like this. Moreover, he died right in front of him. This was something he couldn't accept. Who is it? What kind of existence dares to kill the Tianji elder? His killing intent was unparalleled. This was the Godslayer sword, which had extremely strong and terrifying power. When his killing intent surged, even Su Yan could feel a chill. Senior, maybe we can ask someone. At this time, Su Yan sighed and said directly. The Godslayer sword suddenly turned and said, Who? Ancient Demon Shrine, Black Tortoise Prime. Su Yan said a name directly. The Tianji elder was said to be omniscient in his divination. Among the demon clan, there was also a great wise man, and that was the one from the ancient demon shrine. That's right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. That old turtle is a guy who has existed since time immemorial. He's been around for even longer than the 3 dragon gods. He'll definitely know. Even as the 2 of them were talking, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had completely vanished. How can this be? Su Yan was surprised that such a huge building would disappear into thin air. Sai, actually, you still don't understand. Knowing the secrets of the heavens is an extremely heaven-defying matter, so there has always been only one Tianji Zi in the Tianji Pavilion. Those disciples of his are only his fantasies. Hearing the Godslayer sword's words, Su Yan's mouth twitched. Fantasies. In other words, it was to confuse the false with the real, to turn one's fantasies into reality. After so many years, no one could see through it. This showed how powerful this Tianji Zi was. However, he still died under a bolt of lightning. However, Tianji Zi, it's fine that you're dead, but you still told me the answer I wanted. That's why you're so kind. Hee, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. At this time, the Godslayer sword's aura surged, appearing very terrifying. Su Yan, I have found almost all the fragments of my body, so I need your help. This time, he returned to the infinite world not only for revenge, but also for his own purpose. Senior, as long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse. The Godslayer sword said, I need to reforge my sword body, so I want you to reforge me. This is the fundamental purpose of my return. Chapter 1345. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After the Godslayer sword was shattered, it was impossible for it to recover its combat strength. There was a saying that a broken mirror could not be restored. It was the same for swords. Right now, the God-slaying sword was already extremely powerful and terrifying. However, it was still not enough. To a true powerhouse, even the slightest imperfection was unacceptable and unacceptable. Therefore, he needed to reforge his own body. Senior, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. Su Yen sighed. He also wanted to help the Godslayer sword. After all, the Godslayer sword had helped him a lot in the past. If it were not for the Godslayer sword's sudden appearance, he would have died. However, even though he had become a sacred venerate, he was still not qualified to refine the most powerful divine sword in history. He had already experienced the strength of the dragon god. There was still a huge gap between his strength and the dragon gods. However, the Lord of Heaven was a powerful existence that could suppress the dragon god. In this world, only a super expert like the Lord of Heaven could refine the Godslayer sword. Moreover, Su Yen speculated that even the Lord of Heaven could not refine it. No, Su Yen, you can do it. Of course, I'm not talking about now. You're not strong enough yet. You need to break through the sacred venerate realm and become a god. You should understand that you're different from all the experts in this world. You have the revered sword soul in your body. That's the true ultimate power of the world. The Godslayer sword said to Su Yen, that's another kind of ultimate power I've felt. Back then, I did want to refine you into a scabbard, but I didn't do so. It's not because I didn't want to, but because I didn't have the ability. I feel that the sword soul in your soul is an unimaginable supreme law. When he said this, his entire person revealed an incomparably dignified expression. Back then, the power that he had sensed was simply incomparably powerful and incomparable. Therefore, not only did he not kill Su Yen, but he also lived in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, observing and learning the power of the revered sword soul. Unfortunately, he was not Su Yen after all. The revered sword soul seemed to be extremely guarded against him, so what he could learn was extremely limited. However, even with that being the case, it was still extremely precious to him. This time, he was able to recover to such a level largely because of the regal sword soul. If it had not been for the Taishang sword spirit, it would have been difficult for him to do so. He had learned a new principle from the revered sword soul, which was why he had a new understanding. However, in the end, he still had his limitations, and that was that he was a divine sword and not a natural living being. However, it was not that he did not have a chance to improve. If he could recast it, he would be able to recover his past strength. However, to him, just recovering his past strength was not enough. He was extremely ambitious. What he wanted was to reach the most powerful realm and surpass his past self. Therefore, he placed all his hopes on Su Yen, because only Su Yen had the possibility of helping him surpass his past self. Senior, if I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. Su Yen did not refuse, but he did not agree directly. After all, helping the Godslayer sword break through was not an easy task. Moreover, this also involved his foundation, which was the regal sword soul. At this point, the revered sword soul was almost his soul. Even if his pocket dimension was destroyed, he could not let his revered sword soul be affected in any way. Alright, this matter cannot be rushed. Let's talk about it in the future. However, at this time, let's go to the ancient demon shrine first. I hope that old tortoise knows what's good for him. Otherwise, I will not only kill him. At this moment, the Godslayer sword was filled with murderous intent. Tianjizi's death was a great pain to him. In the past, the ancient demon shrine was a terrifying forbidden area because there were extremely powerful demons in this place. Not to mention others, the terrifying Black Tortoise Prime was already an extreme existence in this world. However, at this moment, Su Yan and the Godslayer sword had become one. Therefore, he had the courage and capital to take a risk. Moreover, they were not here to fight this time. They were just here to seek a result. Su Yan arrived outside the ancient demon shrine. The Godslayer sword was hidden in Su Yan's body. The ancient demon shrine was an ancient castle filled with vicissitudes. The power within was extremely strong, and there were rings of time. Powerful energy was constantly circulating. The terrifying power of light was simply unimaginable. Such a dense aura rose directly at this moment, as if it was going to soar into the sky. Indeed, every powerful force is not to be underestimated. Su Yan sighed in his heart. The reason why powerful forces could continue to prosper was related to the top experts. However, their inheritance was also extremely important. Only when powerful forces were continuously passed down could the incomparably ancient power continue to be passed down. Su Yan had already become a sacred venerate. Naturally, he was qualified to open up his strongest lineage. However, if he wanted to pass down the lineage of his own sect, it would definitely not be an easy task. It still required continuous effort and the accumulation of talents. At this moment, Su Yan released his consciousness. Junior Su Yan is here to pay a visit to Senior Black Tortoise. I would like to invite Senior Black Tortoise to meet me. Since he had a request, it was naturally impossible for him to sneak in like how he had entered Dragon Island. Instead, he asked for a meeting openly. In fact, strictly speaking, there was a connection between him and the ancient demon shrine. After the monster palace disappeared, it seemed to have been received by the ancient demon shrine. Back then, he had seen a disciple of the monster palace. It was a pity that the disciple seemed to have a deep hatred for him. He did not know if he was being manipulated. This time, Su Yan came here not only to ask the Black Tortoise for information, but also to see if his former brothers were safe and sound. All along, he had been thinking about their safety. However, at that time, Su Yan was no match for the ancient demon shrine. Even if he came here himself, he would have become a prisoner. At that time, the nine-headed demon snake was already so powerful and terrifying. Su Yan had to pay a heavy price to defeat it. The nine-headed demon snake was only one of the 9 great demon kings. It might even be the weakest one. It was obvious how powerful the ancient demon shrine was at that time. If Su Yan had come here at that time, he would have been killed immediately. Later, he entered the shadow world directly. It was not until he reversed life and death in the shadow world that he became a sacred venerate. His voice continued to spread. At that moment, a voice rose into the sky. Su Yan, long time no see. Su Yan was stunned, then a little happy. Rat Li. He recognized that it was Rat Li's voice. Back in the monster palace, Rat Li and his brother had a good relationship. They were also the first half-demons to get close to him. After so many years, he was very happy to see an old friend again. It's me. Tis. I didn't expect you to remember me. It's my honor. Rat Li's voice was very calm. It was completely different from how he used to be. Rat Li's personality was erratic, while his brother was much calmer. According to Su Yan's memory, Rat Li would never speak like that. No matter how slow Su Yan was, he could hear Rat Li's mockery towards him. Rat Li, what happened? Do you have some misunderstanding about me? Su Yan directly asked. He didn't like people speaking like this, especially when the speaker was his former brother. Haha, misunderstanding? No, I don't have any misunderstanding about you. What I want is to kill you. At that moment, he directly spoke. Within his words, a sinister intent was already revealed. This made Su Yan frown. He then asked, "Where's your brother and the others?" Logically speaking, if Rat Li was still alive, then the others should also be alive. Dong Qinghao and the others were his good friends who fought side by side with him. At this time, Shu Li asked, "Where are they?" "They're all dead. I killed them." He slowly said the last 5 words, as if he was recalling something interesting. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of light. In an instant, he became incomparably cold. "Do you know what you're saying?" Su Yan's power had already slowly descended, suppressing Rat Li. Of course I know. I just killed a bunch of trash. Now, I'm going to send you on your way." In an instant his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, there was already a terrifying aura rushing towards him. Such a light constantly circulated at this moment. Suddenly, a yellow storm appeared. This storm actually contained an incomparably terrifying poison. In an instant, Ratley had become incomparably terrifying. An unimaginable bloodthirsty aura was directly transmitted from his body. This kind of power was simply incomparably terrifying. At this moment, a powerful dark power surged. The boundless power had already reached the most terrifying level. At this moment, the mysterious dark light directly imprisoned Su Yan. Immemorial demon technique, doomsday disaster. Shu Li let out a long hiss. In an instant, the entire ancient demon god temple responded to his power and began to boil. A powerful force directly suppressed Su Yan. "No, what's happening? How can Ratley have such powerful power? This is impossible." At this moment, Su Yan was really alarmed. Chapter 1346. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to reach such a height. However, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. The sudden attack made Su Yan feel extremely pressured. It was as if such a punch could kill him directly. How is this possible? Su Yan was extremely surprised. However, at this time, he directly blasted out a punch. The berserk power erupted to the extreme at this time. The terrifying power continued to attack and blocked Shu Li's punch. What surprised Su Yan was that he was actually at a disadvantage in this attack. This was simply unimaginable. He was still a sacred venerate. The 7 dragon kings were nothing in front of him. Even a dragon emperor would be killed by him directly. The one who could defeat him was a mighty existence like the destruction dragon god. His combat strength had reached a level where it was needless to say. However, Ratley actually made him retreat with a single punch. How terrifying was his combat strength? At this time his aura spread out. His entire person had reached the most terrifying level. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. How can your combat strength be so terrifying? Su Yan's expression became gloomier. This was not because Ratley's strength had reached such a level. Instead, it was because Ratley's strength had condensed an unimaginably terrifying aura. This kind of strength was simply unimaginable. A ray of light condensed directly at this time. This was the most powerful force that had reached an unimaginable level. The most terrifying force in the world was surging at this time. Everything was condensed directly at this time. It was so evil. No, it could already be called evil. How could he have reached such a level? Ratley, tell me. What have you experienced? Tell me quickly. Why have you become like this? Ratley was not like this in the past. He was full of righteousness at that time. He respected and loved his brother even more. However, Ratley was now filled with unimaginable evil. He seemed to be the source of evil in this world. His aura was extremely evil and powerful. It was as if this power alone was enough to destroy everything in its path. Even Su Yan felt extremely pressured when facing him. What have you experienced? Is there any meaning to it? Su Yan, I'm not afraid to tell you that right now, I'm the ruler of this world. My strength has already exceeded your imagination, so it's impossible for you to defeat me. At that very moment, his power continued to surge. That dense power was simply berserk to the extreme. Endless aura kept flickering. The power of the heavens and earth seemed to have fused at this time. Boy, be careful. There's something wrong with this guy. Even the Godslayer sword was extremely solemn at this time. Obviously, even the Godslayer sword was extremely afraid of the Ratley at this time. The current Ratley was simply terrifying. That endless sinful aura seemed to want to sink everything. Su Yan, long time no see. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Just as this voice sounded, an extremely terrifying power directly rushed towards Su Yan. It was the most terrifying killing light. The dense power was simply able to pierce through everything in this world. Such power surged at this time. The heavy power of darkness and light had reached the most terrifying level. Hydralisk. At this time, Su Yan immediately recognized the owner of this voice. It was a hydralisk. Back then, the hydralisk had become Duanmu Longhu's lackey and followed behind Duanmu Longhu. But after Duanmu Longhu appeared a few times, the hydralisk had already disappeared. Su Yan never expected that the hydralisk would appear at this time with such terrifying power. The attack just now was almost enough to threaten him, a sacred venerate. In just a few years, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. It was really unimaginable. At this time, Su Yan directly dodged the sword. At the same time, an extremely deep light shone out from his eyes. Su Yan's killing intent was boiling. I didn't expect to meet you again. After seeing the hydralisk, how could Su Yan not know that everything in the ancient demon shrine, Rat Li, and Duanmu Longhu could not be separated? Young master is really clever. He said that you would come here and you really did come. However, young master has already said that even if you can come back alive from the shadow world, you will still die today. As he spoke, Rat Li's evil power spread out and enveloped Su Yan. At this time, Rat Li had actually joined forces with the hydralisk. You actually joined forces with Duanmu Longhu. Then, it's true that you killed your brother and Dong Qinghao? Su Yan's face turned extremely cold. Some mistakes were absolutely unforgivable. No matter who the culprit was, they could not be forgiven. Yes, you're right. Not only that, he also killed everyone in the ancient demon shrine. The powerful ancient demon shrine has become history. Their lives have all become sacrifices for young master. In this world, only young master is qualified to rule the world and become the true Sky Emperor. The hydralisk said directly. Su Yan's anger became even stronger, and at this moment, the Taiji sword was directly displayed. Duanmu Longhu, you're really good. His every word had turned into an icy wind, filled with unimaginably terrifying cold power. At this time his aura surged. The power of the sacred sage turned into sunlight, piercing through the darkness. Su Yan, you're really powerful. When I first met you, I should have killed you. The hydralisk said directly. When he first met Su Yan, he was an expert in the dragon realm, and Su Yan was far from that. At this time, Su Yan said directly, you talk a lot of nonsense. At that time, you didn't have the ability to kill me at all. Now you're still too far away. Regal sword teleportation. Su Yan disappeared into the horizon. In the next moment, a intense sword into the sky, and a terrifying power spiraled. Countless sword blades condensed into a terrifying whirlwind. At this time, Su Yan's first target was the hydralisk. Rat Li, protect me. The hydralisk smiled coldly, then gave the order. Rat Li actually obeyed his order and went to protect him. Su Yan's attack had just landed, but it was blocked by Rat Li's terrifying power. You want to kill me? How is that possible? At this time, the hydralisk was extremely proud. How is it? Being killed by your own brother, you must be very unhappy, right? But it doesn't matter, you're going to die soon anyway, so what if you're unhappy? At this moment, his power erupted directly at this moment. The aura of darkness descended at this moment. Endless light flashed, directly breaking through everything. The most dazzling light soared into the sky. At this time, the aura between heaven and earth had reached the most terrifying level. When this terrifying attack directly suppressed him, even Su Yan felt the most violent impact. He was almost unable to withstand it. His power constantly flickered, and the light in the darkness finally began to be annihilated under the impact of the endless power. At this time, the hydralisk also directly attacked. This guy had always been a poisonous snake in the dark, just like his name. However, no one had expected that the assassin who could barely qualify as a second-rate in the limitless demon sect would become so powerful and terrifying today. This kind of power was simply unparalleled. At this time, his powerful power directly turned into a point, wanting to kill Su Yan. But at this time, how could Su Yan let him succeed so easily? I've been waiting for you. Su Yan sneered. In fact, when he attacked just now, he had already calculated that he would not succeed. But he still had a trick up his sleeve. Because at that time, Su Yan had already expected that when he and Rat Li fought, the Hydralisk would not let go of the opportunity to assassinate him. And in his view, that was an opportunity that belonged to him. When this terrifying attack arrived, it was a chance for him to directly counterattack. Great Elder Bind. The Hydralisk's attack came close, but Su Yan's power directly roared out. The powerful and terrifying power turned into a long snake and suddenly imprisoned him. If I can't kill Ratley, then I'll kill you first. Su Yan was already infuriated by this guy hiding in the dark. So at this time, he would not give the other party such a chance. In just one blow, he would directly kill the other party. The Hydralisk obviously did not expect that after being surrounded by Rat Li's evil power, Su Yan would still have the energy to counterattack. His power was extremely powerful, but it was also extremely extreme. After all, he was a guy who walked in the dark. Unpresentable thing, I'll let you die today. At this time, Su Yan directly surged his power. The power of the Godslayer sword and the Taiji sword operated at the same time. In the next moment, the most terrifying power directly annihilated the opponent. At this time, the Hydralisk only had time to let out an extremely miserable roar. Then, his life came to an end at this moment. At this time, Su Yan's power revolved. The gate of the small world opened and directly collected the Hydralisk's essence, energy, and spirit. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze directly saw through everything. Chapter 1347. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, He, Su Yan, do you like the gift I've prepared for you? Duanmu Longhu asked softly. He and Su Yan were separated by an unknown distance, but at this time, his voice was transmitted directly to him. Duanmu Longhu, you've violated my taboo. Su Yan also transmitted his will. That's more fun, isn't it? I really didn't expect that after I threw you into the shadow world, you didn't die. Instead, it made you stronger. But that's fine. This way, I won't disappoint my old enemy. You and I will have a decisive battle in the end. So, before that, cherish your life. As his words fell, he suddenly clapped his hands, immediately severing the connection between the two. The Hydralisk was dead, but Su Yan's crisis was not over yet. Because at this time, he still had to face an extremely powerful existence, and that was Ratley. In terms of realm, Su Yan was not afraid, but Ratley's entire body was filled with the power of sin. That was an exceedingly terrifying power, with an unimaginable aura. The terror of this power was simply unimaginable. It could corrupt everything. Ratley, you still haven't come to your senses? Su Yan directly shouted, wanting to use his mental power to attack Ratley's soul. But at this time, Ratley's soul was already in chaos. Come to my senses? I'm very clear-headed right now, Su Yan, don't you think I'm very powerful right now? His voice rumbled like thunder. Then, his body turned into an incomparably huge and terrifying rat. Damn it, how can I restrain it? Su Yan felt helpless. The biggest problem now was that he couldn't get close to Ratley. The power of sin could actually corrode his aura. If even Su Yan's power could be corroded, then what about others? This was truly the power of sin. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. Su Yan, are you afraid? As expected, you'd better become my food. Don't worry, I'll let you die in pain. After all, we're good friends. I'll give you an unforgettable death. Ratley had completely lost his mind. At this time, Su Yan could only continuously dodge the attacks. Senior Godslayer, do you have any ideas? At this time, there was not much he could do. Translation. After all, this power was too evil. Sin was not easy. Was not even he could be easily. In fact, the Godslayer's Godslayer said power is the power, the Godslayer is translation Slayer God translation. The is translation is translation. Translation is translation is translation is. And this was the best way to restrain this power. However, it was impossible for void beasts to exist in the 5 counties continent. This made things difficult. Ratli could not follow Su Yan into the void. In other words, even if they entered the void, they might not be able to meet a void beast, let alone a powerful void beast that could fight Ratli. Wah, I seem to hear Master teaching me. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice was heard. It was the sea-splitting demonic snake. Sea-splitting demonic snake, you've reached such a level. Su Yan was shocked. The sea-splitting demonic snake was different from before. His body was not as big as before, but there were wings on his back. They looked like dragon wings. At the same time, his power had become extremely terrifying. He had reached the level of a holy master. Wrong, master. Please call me the sky-splitting dragon snake. At this time, he flapped his wings and flew directly over. Then, his body slammed into the body of the giant rat that Shu Li had transformed into. The next moment, the terrifying power of sin spread directly toward his body. Be careful! Su Yan reminded him loudly. However, the sky-splitting dragon snake laughed and said, Be careful? Master, don't worry. It's impossible for a mere rat to defeat me. At this moment, the surface of his body flashed with a dark light. That was the power of the void. The power of the void. Su Yan was shocked. When he was in the void with Su Yan, the sea-splitting demonic snake had indeed devoured a young void beast. Therefore, his bloodline had improved and even evolved. However, evolution should not have allowed him to reach such a level. At this moment, the terrifying power released from his body was unimaginable. Such a violent aura kept fluctuating at this moment, as if the whole world was about to fall. How terrifying and powerful was this power? At this moment, all the auras and sins between the heavens and the earth had become extraordinarily silent. Guys, come out. Let our master see our strength. At this moment, the sky-splitting dragon snake roared loudly. In the next moment, the Oriole appeared, followed by the double-winged sky tiger. Su Yan's 3 demonic beasts appeared at the same time. That was not all. At this moment, the bodies of the 3 demonic beasts were flashing with extremely powerful and intense power of the void. Master, don't worry. Leave this disobedient guy to us. At this moment, their power was reflected directly at this moment. The intense aura had reached its peak at this moment. Endless power was rolling at this moment. The most terrifying aura surrounded Ratli directly. At this moment, the 3 demonic beasts were surging with the terrifying power of the void beasts at the same time. This was simply unimaginable. Such a powerful and terrifying power kept rising at this moment. Previously, Ratli's power of sin was extremely terrifying. Even Su Yan had to retreat and not let this power touch him easily. But at this moment, the 3 demonic beasts appeared. Ratli was surrounded by the 3 demonic beasts and they kept attacking him. Sky-splitting dragon slash. At this moment, the sky-splitting dragon snake curled its tail and slashed down fiercely. Such power had reached the most terrifying level at this moment. The dark aura was silent at this moment. Sin turned into nothingness under the power of the void. At this moment, Su Yan directly released his aura. His divine consciousness penetrated into the ancient demon shrine. Senior, help me suppress it. I want to enter the ancient demon shrine. At this moment, the ancient demon god temple was filled with an incomparably strong power of sin. Even if the God-Slayer sword was tainted by this power, it would definitely be tainted. The God-Slayer sword was still hoping to defy the heavens and be reborn. If it was tainted by such power, it would be a great catastrophe for it. However, Su Yan's exalted power was barely able to resist this terrifying aura. All right. At this moment, although the 3 demonic beasts had the upper hand, they did need a power to suppress the situation. After all, Ratli was under the control of Duanmu Longhu. Duanmu Longhu was simply too terrifying. It was not impossible for him to have set up some sort of backup plan. Su Yan went straight into the ancient demon shrine. At this moment, the ancient demon shrine had become a land of death. This place that Su Yan was afraid of, the holy land of the demon clan, was now in such a miserable state. It had to be said that Duanmu Longhu's means were terrifying. This guy seemed to be everywhere. It was as if he had set up traps everywhere. The ancient demon shrine had existed for such a long time, but this time, it had fallen and lost so miserably. There was nothing left in this place. Su Yan saw the powerful demon gods. They had the most terrifying strength, but at this moment, their auras were weak. Clearly, they were dead. Su Yan walked step by step. The most terrifying dark power was endless, and the densest aura was revealed at this moment. The sky, the earth, and everything was surging at this moment, trying to pull Su Yan into the abyss of darkness. However, Su Yan's grand supreme power burst out, and the dense dark power was dispersed. Could it be that there's really nothing here that refuses to obey? The more Su Yan walked in, the more shocked he was. The aura here was simply incomparably terrifying. Endless power surged at this moment. The most terrifying and violent aura was also changing at this moment. The ancient demon god's hall was indeed very majestic. The power it contained made Su Yan extremely fearful. But at this moment, these mighty forces had fallen into complete oblivion. In the face of darkness, even the most powerful forces began to perish. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Yan kept telling himself that there must be something alive in this place. Finally, he came to the end of the ancient demon shrine. There was a huge pit here, and the most terrifying power was spreading in the pit. Such a violent and terrifying aura rolled out at this moment. The power roared continuously at this moment, almost like the roar of an angry dragon. What a terrifying power fluctuation. This shows how terrifying the battle that took place here was. Just the traces of the battle were enough to show how terrifying the battle had been. That's not right. Duanmu Longhu is strong, but his strength can't have reached this level. At this moment, Su Yan realized that something was wrong. This place was related to Duanmu Longhu, but it definitely wasn't Duanmu Longhu's power that had caused the ancient demon shrine to sink. Chapter 1348. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Just then, an aged voice sounded from the deep pit. Beloved of fate, you finally arrived. In the dark pit, apart from the terrifying destructive power, there was nothing left. However, at this moment, an extremely weak aura appeared. This aura had completely merged from nothingness, and its power was constantly changing and condensing. The aura of the mountains and seas flickered. Such a radiance finally condensed. Su Yan was very familiar with this image. It was the Black Tortoise. The Black Tortoise Prime was one of the strongest existences. Even the Godslayer sword had said that he was terrifying. However, his aura was extremely weak at this moment. The most terrifying evil is coming. The light of darkness of the Wuji realm will appear. Whether or not we can restore the light of this world depends on you. Be careful of the... He was truly extremely weak. At this moment he actually stopped speaking. He did not even utter the last word. Su Yan frowned slightly. Be careful of the last few words made him feel extremely uneasy. The shadow of the black tortoise disappeared and turned into a tortoise shell. That was the last remnant of the black tortoise. Senior, please enter my mini-world and rest in peace. Su Yan unleashed his power. Unknowingly, his power had already wrapped around the aura of the black tortoise. All the power between the sky and the earth had been condensed to the extreme. That kind of terrifying power had reached a terrifying level at this time. The power of darkness spiraled continuously. It seemed to have sensed Su Yan's mini-world and was about to invade it. What an all-pervasive power of sin. Su Yan flipped his palm and an aura rushed out, immediately dissipating the power. At this moment, Yun Wanqing and the others were in his mini-world. Therefore, no matter what, he could not let this power affect his surroundings. However, at least he had gained something from coming here, even if it was just an incomplete sentence. Since I've already sunk into sin, there's no longer any meaning for this place to exist. Since that's the case, let's just disappear. At this moment, Su Yan's power erupted. It was the supreme nirvanic rend. At this moment, the power of this attack had reached the pinnacle. The most violent power of the sword qi rose directly. Such power of the sword qi directly shattered everything. The entire ancient demon god temple began to crumble at this moment. Endless crushing power spread out, and the most terrifying power had completely dissipated. With the destruction of the ancient Fey god temple, the power of sin seemed to be directly devoured. But at that moment, Su Yan suddenly realized that he was being watched by a pair of terrifying eyes. Under this eye, an extremely mysterious and powerful force suddenly emerged. This force slowly came at this time, almost unimaginable. At this moment, the endless power surged out and immediately surrounded Su Yan. At this moment, even someone as powerful as Su Yan had no power to resist at all. That ray of light directly took Su Yan and completely disappeared. At this moment, everything was still collapsing. What should have sunk had completely dissipated. The thing that appeared at this place was still continuing. The collapse of the ancient demon god temple was not reversed, but Su Yan's aura had completely disappeared. After a while, Su Yan finally opened his eyes. An extremely dazzling ray of light fell directly. Such a dazzling ray of light was simply unimaginable. He suddenly realized that he was in a place that was completely different from the rest. This place did not seem to belong to this space-time, but existed in another dimension. Su Yan looked around and suddenly realized that there was a pair of eyes staring straight at him. That gaze seemed to have the most terrifying power. It made Su Yan's heart tremble slightly. "Who are you?" Su Yan asked directly. He could feel that the owner of this gaze was powerful and terrifying. However, this existence did not make a move at this moment. This meant that he still had good intentions towards Yi Futian. Demon God. These two words were not loud, but they rang directly in Su Yan's heart. Su Yan was shocked. An existence that could become a god was definitely unimaginable. There was no need to elaborate on the strength of the demon race. In the operation of heaven and earth, they played an extremely important role and played a vital role. However, Su Yan also knew that this time, the ancient demon god temple had fallen into Duanmu Longhu's trap and fallen. This meant that the fate of the demon race had come to an end. This powerful race was finally going to decline at this time. The fate of our race has finally come to an end. The demon god's voice rang out. However, at this moment he did not sound regretful at all. Instead, he was calm. "Senior, I'm afraid you already knew all this. Since you knew, why didn't you make a move?" Su Yan believed that with the strength of the demon god, he could definitely turn the situation around. How can a deity who has already passed away be qualified to make a move? In fact, I had already predicted today's situation a long time ago. The great luck of the demon clan was cut off today, and the next to face the crisis was the infinite world. In fact, the luck of the living beings in this world is connected, and they are of the same origin. If the infinite world can survive this disaster, then our demon clan can rise again against the heavens. But if we fail, then what difference does it make whether the luck is there or not? "Senior, you asked me to come here. I'm afraid you have something to tell me." Su Yan went straight to the point. Since the demon god had already fallen, his power naturally could not defy the heavens and earth. If he really had such power, Su Yan believed that he would definitely not have allowed today's events to happen. Since he had summoned him to this place, it meant that he had something to tell him. He did not believe that the demon god was so bored that he just wanted to see him. "You're right." At this moment, a few rays of light suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. "This is the power of the white tiger and the power of the vermilion bird. I can already see that your small world is using the power of the four divine beasts to open up the mysteries of heaven and earth. Only by obtaining the power of the four divine beasts can your small world advance further." Su Yan did not stand on ceremony and accepted it directly. He could not refuse this at all. The things given by the demon god were too important to him. In this way, with the four divine beasts gathered, your power is also guaranteed. However, this is still not enough. The demon god spoke again. Su Yan said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." The demon god said, "Perhaps you feel that you are the child of destiny and are entangled by fate, but in fact, you are an anomaly that can break all the patterns. It is also because of this that you are the key to this catastrophe. I can no longer do anything, so I will directly tell you my path to becoming a god. As for what I want you to do, that is to preserve the fate of the demon race. I know that you have 3 demonic beasts, and they can be the kings of the demon race. The demon god had summoned Su Yan here in hopes that Su Yan could preserve the demon race and not let the demon race completely decline. Without the ancient demon god temple, the demon race would be leaderless. In this battle, they would most likely be in disarray and suffer heavy losses. He knew that this situation could not be changed, but he hoped that if the infinite world could survive this, Su Yan could reverse the fate of the demon race and let his 3 demonic beasts become the kings of the demon race. Although it was impossible to restore the glory of the ancient demon god temple, it could preserve the last bit of dignity of the demon race. Su Yan did not hesitate and directly said, "Okay." The current situation was extremely dangerous, and Su Yan could not afford to have any doubts. At this time, he could only agree to many things. Moreover, he could not refuse this condition. After all, it was to let his demonic beasts become first-class experts. And after obtaining the power of the 4 divine beasts, Su Yan's pocket dimension could become complete. At this time, Su Yan had already guessed one thing, and that was that there must be an extremely terrifying existence supporting Duanmu Longhu. When time changed, there was an extremely small fragment, and that was that an extremely terrifying dark power suddenly appeared in the ancient demon god temple. That power rushed into the ancient demon god temple. In an instant, all the restrictions in the ancient demon god temple were activated. At this time, the power that erupted was even more terrifying than the terrifying attack of the destruction dragon god in the dragon's tomb. Frankly speaking, even if Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword combined their powers and used all their strength, it would be impossible to block this attack. However, such an attack was directly blocked by him. No, this was no longer as simple as being blocked. In fact, this attack was directly annihilated, because an even more powerful force appeared. That most terrifying force directly swallowed everything completely. At this moment, all the defenses of the ancient demon god temple were shattered. Such an attack was simply unbelievably powerful. The most terrifying power was churning unceasingly at this moment. Such a terrifying power was constantly manifesting, and the most terrifying aura directly descended at this moment. That violent and terrifying power directly devoured everything. Under this power, it was as if all existence was meaningless. What kind of terrifying power was this? However, this also allowed Su Yan to see the essence of that power clearly. It's that terrifying existence. At this moment, Su Yan was very sure that the power that destroyed the ancient demon god temple was the most terrifying will of the demonic world. If it was such a terrifying existence, then Su Yan could understand why such a powerful ancient demon god temple would collapse in a single night. It was because the power of that existence was truly heaven-defying. "Oh no, get out of here quickly." At this moment, the demon god exclaimed. This was because at this moment, the terrifying power that clearly existed in the memories broke through the restraints and swept towards Su Yan. Su Yan was extremely shocked. This was already beyond his imagination. This power seemed to have broken the rules of space-time and then directly attacked him. "Hand over your life." This voice was so cold, and just the voice alone seemed to have performed the laws of ice to the extreme. Chapter 1349. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The two forces clashed fiercely. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Su Yan was shocked when he saw the two forces clashing. However, he was no longer the same person as before. He was now strong enough to interfere in such a battle. Supreme Annihilation Slash. His power condensed and a powerful sword intent took shape in an instant. The powerful aura pierced into the evil and darkness. The power suddenly bloomed. It was so dense that it wanted to break through everything. Su Yan's power and the demon god's power joined forces and finally suppressed the dark power. However, at this moment, an evil laughter rang out. "Ha! Su Yan, you won't be able to escape. I will definitely devour you. The Devil Monarch is already dead, no one can save you now." His words had an unimaginably deep aura that stimulated Su Yan's mind. At this moment, he was a god that could dominate everything. Su Yan felt like he was a broken boat in the middle of a huge wave. He could be destroyed at any moment. The power just now was against the combination of the demon god and himself. But at this moment, that power actually shattered everything and directly pierced towards his sea of consciousness. What terrified Su Yan even more was that in the past, whenever his sea of consciousness was involved, Su Yan would launch the most intense and crazy counterattack. However, at this moment, Su Yan's power was suppressed. How is this possible? Supreme Sword Soul, wake up! At this moment, he shouted angrily and the small world shook. However, after shaking for a while, the power was extinguished. It was as if it could not break free from the shackles. Kiki, it's useless. Your power is not perfect. How can you resist my power? At this moment, the power became even more intense. The terrifying and evil aura directly condensed into a long needle at this moment, wanting to pierce through everything. Even the source of the small world seemed to want to be destroyed directly. However, at this moment, a cold snort sounded. You attacked him before I even died. You seem to be happy too early. That was the voice of the island master of the divine devil island, the devil monarch. The demon lord had suddenly appeared at this time. As such power descended, the most terrifying light turned into a palm and blasted down. This power seemed to have a great restraining effect on the evil aura. With just one blow, the power dissipated. At this moment, that evil voice rang out once more, Devil Lord, to think that you are still alive at this moment. How interesting. It's just that the current you is destined to find it hard to reverse the situation. Back then, you were the one who single-handedly created this calamity. Now, you want to make up for it, turning from a devil to a saint? Do you think that's possible? Even though the power had been repelled by the demonic art, the evil existence didn't seem to care at all, as though everything was under his control. Moreover, just from the conversation between the two of them, some information could be gleaned. At the very least, he and the devil monarch were old acquaintances. As for the relationship between them, it was unknown. However, in any case, he was still repelled this time. However, at this moment, Su Yan didn't have the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he became even more solemn. This guy's strength was beyond his expectations. At this moment, the God-Slayer Sword's panicked voice suddenly sounded. Su Yan, are you done? Quick, there's a big problem here. Su Yan's heart trembled. He had never heard the God-Slayer Sword so panicked. One had to know that even when the God-Slayer Sword was schemed against by the Seven Dragon King, it wasn't like this. I have passed on everything to you, and from now on, I will completely disappear. As someone who is about to completely disappear, I hope that you can work hard for this world. Even if it's just for a certain memory of the past, you must not let this world fall. The demon Immortal, who was once an expert, had completely fallen. At this moment, Ratley had undergone a huge change. Originally, he had been suppressed by Su Yan's 3 demonic beasts and seemed unable to resist. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared from his body. Within his body, a petal actually bloomed. That petal had an indescribable beauty, but the power within it was frightening. It was the most terrifying evil in this world. It was as if as long as that petal existed, everything in this world would be completely annihilated. Such a terrifying power was surging at this moment. The dense aura was simply unimaginable. The radiance of the sky and earth seemed to be swallowed by this petal at this moment. Another moment passed, and the light of the sun gradually dimmed. The world was about to be swallowed by darkness. Su Yan left the ancient demon shrine. He witnessed such a change and was extremely shocked. He knew that the calamity had finally arrived. Such a terrifying power descended directly, as though it was going to swallow the entire world. That's the flower of sin. You can't stop it. Hurry up and leave. The demon lord's voice sounded at this moment. Su Yan was also shocked. This was the first time he had heard this term. However, the moment he heard this term, he knew that it was an extremely terrifying power. An endless amount of power surged at this moment. Rat Li's body directly materialized at this moment, turning into the flower of sin. His entire body seemed to be changing. The most terrifying aura had almost turned into an endless amount of sin. The three demonic beasts near him originally had the power of the void. However, at this moment, they were swallowed up directly, without even a chance to struggle. The power of darkness was endless. Such an aura covered the sky and covered the sun. At this moment, Su Yan still wanted to rescue the three demonic beasts. However, at this moment, a powerful force came from the sky. That was the power of the Demon Lord. Leave this place. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to rescue them, but you will also be drowned by this power. His voice sounded, not allowing any objection. Although Su Yan's current level was very high, he was still unable to resist this power. No, I can't abandon my companions. At this moment, a power suddenly erupted from Su Yan's body, directly resisting the power of the Demon Lord. At this moment, no matter what, he couldn't abandon his companions. His three demonic beasts were here to help him in this battle. Not only the three demonic beasts, but also the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the flower of sin bloomed and was going to swallow the entire world. However, he left at this most critical moment. Su Yan would never forgive himself. However, in merely a single second, the power emitted by the sin and sin glory grew even denser. Even Su Yan himself could feel how terrifying this power was. It seemed that in the next moment he would also sink into it. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded, "Heaven and earth, with the boundless laws, freeze all things. The flower of sin shall not bloom." When that voice appeared, Su Yan's entire body froze. How could he forget this voice? It was the voice of the person he loved the most, Chu Linger. Ever since Su Yan left Heartless Island, he didn't know how long it had been since he last saw her. However, at this moment, she appeared. Her power directly descended like a heavenly sword. This power directly pierced into the flower of sin. At this moment, the terrifying power of sin could no longer bloom. "Su Yan, I'm here. You go with the Demon Lord." Chu Linger's voice sounded in Su Yan's ears. Su Yan still couldn't believe it. Not long ago, the person who needed his protection the most had come to help him directly. "Su Yan, you have to remember that you are the last hope. I have already communicated with the Heavenly Tao and become the heart of the Heavenly Tao. The flower of sin is the eternal source of sin. It's not just in the infinite world, but also in the Shura world, the shadow world, and all the other worlds." Su Yan was stunned. He hadn't expected things to come to this point. However, at this moment, he cast aside all his hesitation and followed the power of the Demon Lord. In the next moment, he appeared on the Demon Lord's Divine Demon Island. At this moment, the entire Divine Demon Island had turned into a huge Divine Demon diagram. "Su Yan, I have to tell you that all sins originated from me. Therefore, I am the Demon Lord." Su Yan didn't understand. At this moment, the Demon Lord said, "Back then, when the chaos was created, the chaos demon god wreaked havoc. In the end, many worlds were created. Among them, the Shura world, the shadow world, and other worlds were incomplete worlds. We were afraid that the infinite world would be the same. Therefore, we created the land of 5 lords and condensed the power of the 5 elements. The land of 5 lords was formed and entered the infinite world to oppose the 9 states. Under their joint efforts, the infinite world was indeed a combination of yin and yang. The 2 worlds started to operate with the 2 continents as the 2 poles. However, later on, they discovered that after forcefully reversing yin and yang, a brand new force appeared. It was the demon. The word demon seemed to be born to defy everything. That force started to engulf everything. At that time, the island master of Divine Demon Island was the first to come into contact with this force. He turned himself into a demon. From then on, he became the Demon Lord. At that time, he couldn't control himself. At that time, the Fiery Lord and the Nether Lord had already gone to open up the world. Only the Heavenly Lord, the Sage, and the Demon Lord were left. The Heavenly Lord was severely injured from killing the Shura god. He was defeated by the Demon Lord and disappeared without a trace. Only the Holy Lord and the Demon Lord fought. In the end, the Demon Lord was defeated. At that time, the demon lord should have died. However, the Holy Lord couldn't bear to see the demon lord die. He sealed the demon lord's terrifying demonic power in the demon world. In order to purify the power of the demon world, he went deep into it. Actually, the powerful creature in the demon world is the Holy Lord. However, it is a Holy Lord who has been completely infected by the demonic power. Is that so? Su Yan was shocked. He didn't know about this karma. At this time, the demon lord continued, "What you don't know is not only this. In fact, whether it is Duanmu Longhu, the ghost killer, or the god of the shadow world, they are all reincarnations of the Holy Lord. His goal is to merge the infinite world and all the other worlds at the same time and create a new chaotic world. That is because chaos and destruction are the essence of the demon lord. But if that is the case, what should I do?" At this time, Su Yan was completely shocked. While they were talking, the power of the flower of sin had begun to spread. Such an aura was extremely terrifying. The world of Shura, the shadow world, and the 9 states were all infiltrated. At this time, the infinite world should have been stabilized by Chu Linger's power of the heavenly way. However, in the next moment, it was also on the verge of collapse. Here, an extremely dark power appeared, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was a powerful force in the deepest part of the boundless demon sect. I, Yu Quan of the boundless demon sect, have returned. At this time, his power was constantly rising. The powerful force directly attacked the power of the heavenly way. At the same time, in the Stupa sect of the 5 prefectures, a ray of light suddenly rushed out. I, Ancestor Stupa, have returned. These 2 forces were like heavenly pillars, running rampant in the sky. Even the power of the heavenly way was directly reversed. At this time, the people of the Stupa sect began to roar in pain. Their life force was directly sucked dry. It was the same for the people of the boundless demon sect. You see, that Yu Quan is actually the great demon heaven lord. He has always been alive, and the same is true for Ancestor Stupa. I have already calculated that they are the power of yin and yang of the Holy Sage. The Holy Sage has completely lost himself, even more so than I was back then. Now, he only wants to merge the entire world. At this time, the infinite world was trembling greatly. This was because at this time, whether it was the world of Shura, the shadow world, or even the demonic world, they were all moving closer to the infinite world. Just as the Demon King had said, this guy's ultimate goal was not to destroy the infinite world, but to merge all the worlds together. Then he would destroy everything and return it to chaos. Then what should I do? At this time, Su Yan asked directly. At this time, even he felt powerless. He had become a sacred venerate, but the changes at this time were beyond the control of a sacred venerate. However, at this time, another voice sounded. Gather all the power, condense the majesty of the Lord of Heaven, and cut off everything. When Su Yan heard this voice, he was immediately shocked because it was the voice of the great demonic dragon. Senior. At this time, the great demonic dragon appeared here. No need to be surprised. That guy has been planning for so long, and we have done nothing. Now, I will sacrifice all the power and integrate it into your body. Senior, why did you choose me? Su Yan asked directly. In fact, he already had a vague answer in his heart. At this time, another voice sounded. It was Zhang Zhe's voice. At this time, Zhang Zhe appeared directly. His cultivation of swordsmanship had disappeared without a trace, and his whole body was filled with unimaginable flame power. Actually, you already have the answer, because you are the Lord of Heaven. Back then, the Lord of Heaven was seriously injured, but he did not die. Instead, he left this dimensional world and appeared in another place. He wanted to find an extreme power that could completely eliminate the power of the devil. The Lord of Heaven was more far-sighted than anyone else. He still predicted that the terrifying power of the devil would definitely make a comeback, and it would be unstoppable. That's right. Now, we will gather the power of the 4 great kings and integrate it into your body. At this time, the great demonic dragon had already killed Rosen and became the real Nether King. As for Zhang Zhe, he inherited the power of the Flame King and became the Inferno King. In addition to the power of the demonic king, the power of the four great kings was combined. In an instant, the regal sword soul was directly awakened. The terrifying power was completely awakened at this time. Endless aura manifested at this time, and everything had reached an unbelievable level. At this moment, Su Yen had experienced an endless amount of vicissitudes. Everything was awakened in his heart. At this time, the voice of the woman in red from the Shura realm sounded, "Su Yen, go." Senior Sister Lin. How could Su Yen forget the woman in red? She was the woman he loved the most after coming to this world. She was Lin Hualu. At the next moment, Feng Yueshan's voice sounded, "My shadow origin, take it." At this moment, all the power began to pour into Su Yen. At this time, Duanmu Longhu had slowly reached the center of the world. Whether it was Yu Quan or Ancestor Buter, their auras were all condensing into his body. Because at this time, he was the true son of Sin. This chaotic world will fall under my power. Return to the embrace of chaos and destruction. Sin is where everything belongs. His power erupted, and Chu Linger's power could no longer support it. The power of the heavenly path had begun to be devoured bit by bit. However, at this time, Su Yen opened his eyes. Sin will eventually be eliminated. The world is united, and the lives of all things will not wither. Instead, it will be better. His voice was like thunder and lightning. Wherever his voice passed, the power of evil was directly dissipated. Godslayer sword, I promised you that I would refine you. At this time, Su Yan's regal sword spirit appeared between heaven and earth. The regal sword spirit had absorbed all the power and was unbelievably powerful. Then, Su Yan suddenly grabbed, and the Taiji divine sword rushed into the sky. In the next moment, all 10 divine swords flew into the sky and merged with it. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly changing. Heaven and earth are one, but the world should not return to chaos. I, as the Lord of Heaven, condense the ancient God sword and set the laws of heaven and earth. At this time, Su Yen had gathered all the power. He had reached a terrifying level and established an immortal existence. The ancient God sword fell directly, and the terrifying power of sin was directly dissolved. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu was in extreme pain. Within his body, countless faces began to flash. It was as if he was struggling bitterly to break free from the power of the ancient God sword. But in the end, everything was destroyed. Under the ancient God sword, heaven and earth were finally fixed again. The terrifying power had already divided everything. The rules were remade. Chapter 1350. The Eternal Sword Emperor has ended, and a new battlefield has opened. The new book, Eternal Venerated Monster, has been serialized, and this is an even better novel. I welcome everyone to continue supporting me. Eternal Sword Emperor has been completed, and the new book has been serialized. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update.